welcome to July Dwarf Day. It's the christening of this event room. I'm glad we have so many people here. I'm so glad the population of the server has been so explosive over the last month or so. It's been really great and gratifying, I'll say. So, thanks for showing up, and thanks for validating the hard dwarven work we do. Okay, so let's hop into our agenda. We're going to talk about tournament data. Not a whole lot has changed since May. Our win rate has gone down a tiny bit, and we'll get there in a second. We're going to talk about Modern Horizons 3, kind of in review. And then we're going to go look at some Kamigawa Stacks pieces we've been playing, Kamigawa Stacks pieces we haven't been playing, and talk about Chaos Warp a little bit. And then we're going to talk about Bloomburrow and Duskmourn. Those weren't even in the list until about a week ago because obviously we didn't start getting real spoilers until recently for either. Then we're going to talk about... no, we're not doing the card packages. Cut that for time. We're going to be doing our playtesting conversation because it's something that gets brought up a lot, and there's a lot of useful tools we can interact with and utilize. And then we're going to do Q&A, and then as today might be a shorter dwarf day, we might actually be able to get some games in. So let's talk about our community updates. First things first, we're back, obviously. Thanks for making the jump. I don't feel like I need to belabor that point, but thanks. We have hit level 3 on Discord, Nitro, so we have a vanity URL, discord.gg/Magda, which is awesome and easy to hand out to people. Something I want to mention for those of you that aren't in the contributor chat is that the contributor role has shifted from kind of a admin selected group of people that we interacted with early on in the server's creation to something of a opt-in civic participant kind of role, so that people that want to interact with the server and do more things and build stuff with us, have opinions publicly, all that good stuff. We're gonna be doing some moderator conversations soon. TBD on what that looks like, but largely it's going to it's going to be talking about the card forum and getting that back to something that's worth utilizing versus just pointing people towards the Mega Primer. Obviously, the Mega Primer is amazing. Thanks, Joe. But utilizing the card forum is a large part of what that part of the server is for. So we're gonna try to get it back to good. Recent tournament winners. We haven't had much high placing over the last month. A lot of our tournaments have been outside of driving range for a lot of our top pilots. But those are here, and their lists are all here for the ones that happened in like early June and late May. I know we had somebody win. It was Michael. Let me go to EH Top 16. EH Top 16 real quick.
Yeah, they got 7th.
Yeah, 7th. Thank you. It was at Bufftown. So I just wanted to shout them out because they did well. Playing Academy, man, that's insane. I want to talk to them. So that's our list of placing and winning deck lists. obviously, with all the new releases since then, it's going to be kind of hard to take their deck lists without some obvious changes that the new sets have given us. But they should give you an idea of like what archetypes are performing well. This was circa, I want to say, this 28.9% conversion rate to top 16. I believe was circa like June 15th. That's probably gone down a slight bit, but given we didn't have a whole lot of Magda entries, the numbers probably haven't changed that much. And obviously we are placing very well on EDH top 16. We are in the top 10 deck list. We are, I believe, 9th. I just wanted to throw out these tournaments for anyone that is that may be in these areas. Some high prize support in these tournaments. There's some happening as early as a couple weeks from now. Some that are happening mid-August, but I wanted to highlight all these. I will post the presentation afterwards, and you guys will have the links to all their top deck. All the top deck stuff for these. I'm unfortunately nowhere near any of these. I think the closest one for me is Baltimore. Alright. So...
there's also... Sorry to interrupt.
No,
there's
please.
also an SCG con in Baltimore coming up soon.
Right.
The same weekend as Summer Bloom, I believe, actually.
Oh.
Right. Wait, at the same spot?
I'm pretty sure Summer Bloom is taking place at SCG-Con.
Oh, it's literally SCG con. Gotcha.
We will verify that right now. Let's see. Featured events.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's just the name that they gave to the.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. So.
No, it isn't. It's actually different.
This is Richmond.
You gave the wrong date. That's why it's July 20th.
Oh,
Oopsie.
yep. All right, that's why I didn't want to add this one. I'll change this real quick. This is the 20th. That makes a lot more
Live
sense.
updating of the slide.
I love that. It's Richmond.
Richmond, Virginia.
Yep.
I think.
Yep. Definitely want to do SCG Con. SCG Con Baltimore. That is the
July 27th, 28th.
Yep. That's a 5K, 1K. That's I think it's a whatchamacallit, a redemption event.
Yep. I don't think Summer Bloom is a 5K, 1K, I think.
No, that's definitely
No,
me mixing my, getting my signals crossed on that.
Yeah, it said it was for a drop. Which, it's not a bad dual land to get.
Yep. What's Maryland, MD?
MD, yeah.
Yes.
Alright, beautiful. Let me get that that link in there. And we're doing it live. Alright. Not too bad of a diversion there. Rust, I think is spending time with his family today. So he knew he wouldn't necessarily be able to make it. So we recorded some thoughts on all the cards we were talking about. Basically, when this document was in progress. This was before much of the Duskmourn and all of the Bloomburrow previews, but we still had all the AC3 stuff to talk about, and we'll talk about it more. But this video is up on YouTube, on the Magda YouTube already, and it'll be linked, viewable through this slide, so you guys will be able to get access to this. I just wanted to make sure his thoughts were recorded in some way for Dwarf Day. So let's look at the new cards. Here's what we have.
Oh boy.
Here's what we have from Modern Horizon 3. A lot of cards. Holy crap. I guess this is more than we've gotten from any previous set, but not all these cards are a lot more like borderline cards, I would say. So, Let's start. I always do this alphabetically, just for simplicity's sake. So, uh, Arena of Glory has been a card that the high mountain varieties of the deck had been trying, and the low mountain versions of the deck just really didn't consider after doing a couple of mental tests on it. I did a little bit of number crunching on what your likelihood of getting this and a mountain in your opening hand, and depending on your mountain count, it's a a decent chance or a pretty abysmal chance, right? And I think most of us are around 36, around 7 mountains, which makes it 36%, which is not fantastic. Any other thoughts on this card?
I think.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You go,
Nope.
Show. No,
No, you
Show.
go ahead.
After you.
Sure. I think that, like you said, as the list is becoming more, I don't want to say like solved, but a lot of people are starting to play lists that are so similar to one another, and our land base is very optimized for what we want it to do. And that includes having very little mountains between 6 and 8 for most lists, or 6 and 9 for most lists.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, once you get to the 36 to 40% chance to have it in your opening hand, like, the problem with this card is that it is mostly significantly good for turbo hands, and you need a very particular opening hand. So not only do you need to hit the 36 to 40% chance of you having this set of 2 cards in your opening hand, you also need the other cards in your opening hand that make it worthwhile, like
Right.
2 dwarves and a vehicle or whatever, to where you actually get these turbo starts to be viable without having that fast mana that might otherwise allow them to happen.
Yeah, it's very narrow in which it pops off and becomes better than middling, and every other time it's not like middling, it's actively a detractor from your list, and your opening hands get tougher to keep, and that's problematic.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Mulligan
I,
Trap is
I
a really good way to look at it, Cubbies.
yeah. I played it, and I know I run more basics than the average. I run now 10, but I was up to 11 when I had it. And I would often find I would have like an Arena of Glory in hand and no mountain, even though I am sitting around 50% to have it. But it felt good when I was like after a board wipe or something, and no vehicles on board, like I could just bounce back very easily from it. And I think that's its best case scenario almost. Like it's an insurance policy almost. That's how I saw Arena of Glory as.
Sure.
Because it lets you play Magda, give it haste, and another dwarf, and give it haste in the same turn, being able to split it up between 2, which is a big upside for the card in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, and I've always under the impression that basic lands are good. I think at least it maybe 3-color decks should be running at least 1 or 2, but that's just my personal opinion though. I'm under the Phil Gallagher impression of basics are good, and especially in a deck that's I wouldn't say we're like super red hungry, but we are definitely hungry for consistent red mana. That
Yeah.
you know
And it's always going to
having
turn
another
1-2.
pseudo mountain. Yeah, having another pseudo mountain certainly doesn't hurt.
Right.
I think going off of that, the only problem that I have is talking about post board wipe, because not only are you talking about that you need extra dwarves in hand, but you also need to take into consideration that you will have needed to sandbag playing those dwarves to begin with, which is not a play pattern that most players go for.
And
Yeah.
generally speaking, at least in my opinion, Arena of Glory initially looked good because we were like, ooh, hasty dwarves. But more often than not, we're not actually going to combat to tap our dwarves after, say, turn 2 or 3, usually.
You're right.
So,
We
like,
usually do have like a vehicle out or something, or
yeah.
another method of tapping them.
Right.
For
Yeah.
example.
And
Attacking generally tends to be my last resort in tapping my dwarves. Because I mean,
Right.
like, well, especially with Nado being as rampant as it is, they're just like, okay, target my shit. Go ahead and put a couple of Field of the Dead triggers on the stack and block your dwarves.
Yeah.
And it's a bad time.
Oh, I feel the dead's so bad, so brutal in the deck. I didn't even just think about that until just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Arena of Glory looked good because we were like, oh yeah, no, it's a haste enabler, but like, like in that same context, so are every one of our vehicles. Stoke the Flames if you play it in your list.
Yeah.
I would say a solid 10% of the deck is devoted strictly to tappers that don't require us to go to combat or allow people to interact. So Arena of Glory is probably just better in Modern.
Well, most lists are only on between 3 and 5 tap outlets. So we're not even at 10%. We're at more like 4.5%. But
Really
there are
aligning.
some lists the lists that are playing fast, which are probably the lists that would like this the most, are potentially running up to 7 vehicles. So it becomes less good.
Right.
But there are a lot of games where you're forced to attack anyway, and haste can be good in those scenarios, but in gummed up board states, you attacking into things isn't going to be beneficial unless you're really good at politicking and you can convince the table that you need the treasures to deal with XYZ.
Yeah.
Right. This card kind of falls into the same category as like Hellkite Tyrant in my mind, where it's like, whoa, if I have 20 artifacts, I just win the game. Like I should definitely put this in my Magda deck. But it's just not great.
I'll say that this card was spoiled earlier than another land that we'll talk about later that has similar free interaction or free tapping interaction that just kind of dwarfs this. So let's move on to the next card. Disruptor Flute. This is a card whose opinion has, at least my opinion, has changed over time. I initially took it as a slightly too expensive, but slightly more versatile pithing needle. And while it was that, I didn't take into the fact that it does just answer whatever you need it to and operate in that, like, the silveriest silver bullet. Show has better thoughts on it, though, so I'll let him talk.
So originally, like Drew, my approach to this card was that it was a more convenient but higher costed version of Pithing Needle. But after trying it and after some discussions with Rust and some other people, it basically turned out, or it deals with about 60 to 70% of the meta win cons, and it actually completely stops breach lines and all this other things if you are naming the correct things at the correct times. Because it has flash, you can think of this as an actual piece of interaction, more so than it's just an artifact that ends up getting played, right? So you can hold it for the points that it needs to be used, as long as you know when to properly interact. And that's really important. Because if this resolves and the opponent's trying to go off with Emil or Dockside, or if they're trying to go off with Najila, their Kinnan stuff, Thrasios stuff, like, there's plenty of points where you can just shut them down completely.
Mm-hmm.
And because it has positive interactions with almost every major win con in the format, it's basically reads 2 mana, stop a win attempt. And that's more important in a lot of cases than something like backing up a counterspell.
So, Cubby's had a thought. Surely dropping a piece that inconveniences everyone is better than one person's slow interaction.
Sure, that is very true. But the problem is, inconveniencing everyone, right, is something that a lot of our cards already do. But those cards, when you are dropping them, if you're tutoring them specifically, will allow you to inconvenience the person that's potentially trying to win. So if someone's trying to win with a Underworld breach line, you can go get Grafdigger's Cage, which has a lot of impact on a lot of decks in the format, right? But if Grafdigger's Cage is in your hand, you can't use that at instant speed to stop the person trying to win with Breach.
Right.
But
Directly. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
the other thing about this is because there are a lot of times where you don't necessarily want to inconvenience everyone. You just want to stop the person from winning the game and force them into a situation where they need to dig themselves out. Where they are the threat and the other people don't necessarily have board states you really need to worry about at the moment. Especially when you're going against things like Rogsai. Being able to name a Dockside or being able to name anything for a Breach combo is going to make it significantly harder for them to win on their small windows of opportunity.
Yeah.
This is the closest that Magda is going to get to a card like Endurance. Right? Endurance is it's one of those cards that if you have it and your opponent, you're like one specific opponent is going for a win, that you can get this out and that you can stop it. It's not necessarily a catch-all. The deck has plenty of those. We don't really need more. This is a silver bullet, like, emergency valve. No one, like everyone else has blown their interaction, and someone is going for a specific win conflict.
Yep.
With with a meal, for example, you name a meal or things of that nature. This is also a card that is going to get worse over time. At least in my personal opinion, because it's not on anyone's radar right now. Enough people, there hasn't been enough people who have gotten blown out by it to where, they are considering, okay, well, Magda has 5 treasures, they can go get Disruptor Flute.
Right.
But it's good. It's good for the deck in general because it is something inherently that our opponents think we could have access to at all times, and they will adjust their play patterns accordingly, and it's better for us.
Yeah.
So this is also why I specifically mentioned that it is used as interaction because it's flash. It's two mana, and there are very few things that at 2 mana go, I'm stopping your win condition.
Right.
Like in the examples of Dockside stuff, we have Sudden Shock, right? That has split second, so we can stop the Dockside shenanigans. But at the same time, this has flash, and unless they have the mana to go over the top, then this will interact with whatever the Dockside stuff is having happen.
Right.
And it's more important that you understand this card as the equivalent to like a Pyroblast or something, where you're using it specifically to deal with one problem, and almost all interaction is used to deal with one problem.
Right.
Disruptor Flute is no different than that. The other thing that Disruptor Flute has, which other interaction pieces don't, is that if you use Disruptor Flute and you name Lion's Eye Diamond as an example, and you're playing against 3 Breach decks, well, you've now 3-for-1 your opponents.
Right.
Which is not something that any other piece of interaction really does. And we don't have any other stacks pieces in the deck that have flash. So you need to actually activate Magda to do so.
Right.
Or to put them into play and cause that issue at that speed that you would want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most people see Disruptor Flute, and that's the trap that I initially fell into. The same with Drew, and that's where Russ came in to kind of change minds. You see Disruptor Flute, and you think, okay, it's an artifact that does things. This is a stacks piece, and it's not. Just like Sho said, it's one of those things where you wait to play it at the right time, and you basically just get to stop one opponent from winning, and it might give you that extra turn cycle that you need to combo off with Magda.
So I actually want to bring up a couple use cases that are pretty interesting. Is that very few times in Mono Red do we feel like we get an efficient answer to something that blue decks don't answer fairly effectively already. We can help in Counter War sometimes, but so can blue decks. Blue decks do that better because they just have the spells. We have to parasite off their spells and fork them, right? Or use a Red Blast. But they're usually pretty bad about stopping Dockside type loops and stopping Underworld Breach loops after the Underworld Breach has happened. What's great about this card is that you even get to sandbag it until after your opponent, the breaching player, successfully uses all of their interaction protecting their original breach cast, and then you get to hammer them in a way they weren't necessarily expecting, and they can't play around it, and then they lose their breach, and and the other players have used their interaction as well. So like it's even hitting the stack at a particularly favorable time during those interaction windows where you get to see the most information before you have to use it. And that's one of the better win cons in the format. So it's something to think about. You get to stop.
Yeah,
You get to stop.
like I said,
breaching
it's
good part.
basically instead of being a counterspell, it's target. It's counter-target win con.
Right.
Like this being able to come in and name Squee the Immoral with Squee on the stack for the food chain lines just makes it so that it doesn't function.
Right.
Yeah, this card reads blowout target player.
Right.
There's like whenever you see this card, your first initial thought goes to, okay, well I'm just gonna play this on turn 2, and it's not gonna do anything. It's like no, you never main phase this card. You wait until your opponents have committed, they don't expect interaction out of the Magda player, and then you blow them out.
I think Sensei and Kennen might be a very specific, more Sensei than Kennen, honestly. If you know Sensei is going to open up with like 7 mana next turn, and is going to start, just generating even more value if they're ahead, like this could be a proactive play to just say, Sensei, you don't get to do your thing.
Well, no, with Sensei, you just let them tutor. You name a meal, and that way, like their Gaia's Cradle loops don't work.
They have
the dockside count goes up, right?
Sensei has too many different pivots, in my opinion, depending on the list. Because if you're playing, you don't necessarily know that you're playing against Clam Chowder or not. You don't necessarily know if you're playing against
Planeswalkers,
heavy Planeswalkers, and you can't.
Draft Cage, as an example, doesn't stop the Planeswalkers portion of the combo.
Right.
So like this specifically against Sensei is very powerful because Sensei, unlike Magda, doesn't have the ability to really politic into, hey, I'm going to go get something that helps the board.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's not how Sensei's target or how Sensei's chains really work.
Yeah. They can just force 3 fairy through and say, you guys were dumb. 3 is the bad number. I'm going to win the game now. So I think that's I think that's why this is a decent proactive piece against Sensei, but
yeah, but generally speaking, I mean, it hurts Sensei. It hurts like breach combo lines. It hurts Emil loops.
Yeah, Kenrith.
Kenrith. It makes Rocco worse.
Right, I agree.
It shuts down Jessica. Like it's just very good.
Turning off Jessica's great. So I think we've kind of plumbed to this card is pretty good, specific, and skill testing. But I think it's ultimately a good enough card to run.
Yeah, it's good. It's just definitely a card like 97.
Right. I think I agree with that. So let's talk about Flare of Duplication, which is definitely not that. It is card is cracked in half. I would say it is the best card in the set, bar none, from MH3. People are like, damn, do I want to sacrifice my 1 dwarf? And if you're running a high vehicle list, or you just make sure you have the ability to tap your dwarf at really any point, like leaving the mana open, or leaving one of your tapper lands open, you just tap your dwarf first and get it right, and go and steal someone's D-tutor or protect a counter spell in a win con attempt, or really anything. Copying a to field tutor feels pretty good. Not gonna lie. The cost is almost negligible. The fact that it's free, if Rogsai, if this is the best if Rogsai is the best deck for this card, we are the second best deck for this card.
I mean, yeah, cards cracked in half. It's great. If you're not playing it in your Magda list, you're probably doing something wrong.
So it's kind of funny because like there are plenty of time. There are a couple times recently where I've actually the opponent has gotten a detutor off, and I've went and got Disruptor Flute, or I've went and got an answer to a problem I know they're going to present,
Yeah.
instead of keeping my dwarf. That's just gonna generate me treasures, but it's not gonna stop the opponent from winning the game.
Yep. And Magda has that inevitability, so if you can prolong the game, even a couple turns, that's probably another search for you.
Yeah, it honestly just feels like deflecting SWAT number 2 at some points.
Yeah.
But with like more upside on,
Yep.
which is weird to say because deflecting SWAT's already insane.
Right.
But this just
Yeah,
this just
you had
doubles
me at
up on it.
deflecting SWAT with upside.
Yeah, this is deflecting
like,
SWAT with better upside in my opinion.
Mhm.
So it's like
Yeah, it's like, hey, I want this tutor. Hey, I want like I mean, I know it's really bad for a deck. It's like, I'll take an ad dodge.
Right.
I'll go 5 cards deep.
I have
Fine.
absolutely ad-naused off of a fork, right? I've definitely stolen an ad-naus off the fork and then proceeded to win. And now the
portal seems bad, but
oh yeah, hitting portal
Still,
does hurt, but it doesn't matter
Oh,
because you like the fact that if you're running a decent amount of forks, right? Or return the favor, just getting return the favor, ad-nausing into like a return the favor feels real good because you then just basically have a free win.
the floor of this ceiling, like the absolute floor, is that you turn it into a weird chain of vapor effect, where they go like, hey, cast a removal spell killing Magda, and you're like, okay, well, in response, I'm gonna kill your commander. Like, that's the floor of this card.
Right. That really is, yeah.
Stupidly good.
Yep, I agree.
You can sack the Magda.
Yeah, like there are definitely
Good
times like green tutors. You can just sacrifice your Magda, right? You can tap your Magda and sacrifice your Magda, and then go get a dockside off the green tutor, right? Like that is a very valuable play pattern where you just say, okay, thanks.
There's a lot of decks that run Eldritch Evolution.
Right. Eldritch Evolution is still fairly popular, and Temur is not necessarily on the upswing, but it's fairly popular right now. And that's like their favorite card.
Am I allowed to swear?
You're allowed to, but like
It's just the very specific phrase that sums up this card has a swear word in it. Okay, I'm just gonna do it, and then if we have to edit it out,
I don't
keep
have
it
to.
PG-13.
if fuck around and find out was a card personified, this is it.
Really, yeah, no, it really is. You were just daring everyone to be valuable in your general vicinity, and you just say, "I'll take that, thank you."
The other thing that's important is that when you're copying cards that require sacrifice as part of their cost, like
Eldritch.
Diabolic Intent and stuff, like in Eldritch, you don't have to sacrifice something else. You just get the tutor.
And you get the X, yeah.
Yep.
And we're not like we don't even have to talk about let's just say you have Dual Caster in hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it being free means that you get to do dumb things like double tutor. Yeah, no, it's a dumb card. I think we've done enough talking about this card. Let's talk about cards that actually require analysis.
Go next. GG's go next.
Ghostfire Slice. I think this card is mediocre. It's like on my list of like third or fourth like vanilla bolt, but I don't know that I want more than like 3. I want Galvanic Blast, I want Lightning Bolt, and I want Rending Volley.
Shock.
I like Rending Volley. I'm pretty high on it because it hits Dauntless.
Sure.
And notably can't be countered, but
Right.
Ghostfire Slice.
That extra mana in every scenario where we already don't have infinite treasures is way more relevant than people think.
I would say
That's just my opinion on it.
I think so as well.
Efficiency and redundancy. That's what we want in the deck, and this is neither efficient nor redundant.
Well,
I mean, it could be redundant if you have 5. Yeah. Sure.
It is redundant, and it may
But
replace the Lightning Bolt in some lists because turns out most commanders are multicolored and are deployed very early due to cards like Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Chrome Mox, etc. All the fast mana. I
Yeah.
think it could be good, but
And this may just be like me being a typical Magic player, and I'm just like, no, Bolt is better. Bolt has been there for 29 years at this point. It's just gonna be good forever, and I don't want to acknowledge that Ghostfire is better. But it just seems like I am very, very soft on cards that require situations to be good, even if those situations are typical. Like I operate on a very worst case scenario basis, and it's like, all right, well, like maybe I am playing against what was the example? Like maybe I am playing a pod with like Talion, Timnacrom, and Marath. Like that's a horrible pod for Magda, and that's some people's like meta. Like Ghostfire might be better, but if we're talking about like in the most general terms of like what is good in a Magda list, it does fall to be like Bolt number 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Generally, like,
I would say that we're probably underselling the ubiquity of multicolored permanents being commanders, and the rising ubiquity of the number 4 in toughness. Those cards are coming up more often, but they aren't multicolored cards, which is the problem. Usually they're not multicolored cards that you have to worry about. They are the monocolor white cards that you have to worry about.
There are a lot of decks in the format, however, that you will see if you're playing this in tournaments, as an example, that you will see these decks in top 16.
Right.
And I think having a card that is okay in Swiss and better in top 16 and finals is perfectly okay because of the 4 damage. However, like Mox, I don't like the fact that, Timnacrom doesn't need to play their commanders, technically. Neither do a lot of the multicolor decks. But it's very useful against Sensei, as an example, because even though Sensei is only one color, a lot of times she's putting out creatures that are multicolor to help get her power up, and being able to remove those things is helpful.
Yeah.
If we take a hard look at if we take a hard look at the top decks right now, is it good against Timnacrom? Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but like Bolt already kills Timna.
Well,
right?
It's not about the things that turn it on are the things that you need to target. You want to target the things that you need to target, and are those in decks that turn on your Ghostfire? And the answer is usually yes, right? Like it doesn't do anything against Tivit, obviously. It's really Dauntless. It's really Yasharn, and those Yasharn doesn't see play really anywhere, and outside of his own deck.
That's why most lists are on Rending Volley, though, right? Like, are we playing this? Like, are we going to be playing this as like a better Bolt or a second copy of Rending Volley?
Yeah, I think it's more likely it's more like a second copy of Rending Volley.
Right.
Yeah.
What is the opportunity cost in the deck? Like what would we be cutting for that in most lists? Because like in most of the lists that I've seen, albeit there was one, it was cut for Lightning Bolt.
And I think that's possibly justifiable, right? It just really it really depends on your meta. All right. I think Ghostfire Slice is definitely just one of those things where you say like it's probably like a C+ kind of like meta include card, and
C+ defendable, very meta dependent.
Yep.
And I actually do think it will age better than what it is now, because as they print more multicolored cards that are generally good and like Lotho, for example, like that just turns it on immediately or something like that. Like Kennen. Like Kennen even goes in 99 in some decks. So like, I do think this card will age quite well. It's just how long is it going to take for it to maybe replace Bolt?
I would argue that Kennen is more common now in the 99 than as a commander.
I'm playing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, real good.
Yeah, Aaron, you're not being heard because your mic is literally muted. You need to go press the mute button.
There he is.
but you're possibly not coming through at all. I don't hear you. So you might need to check your. Yeah, we don't. No green lights. So
Yeah,
we don't
no,
see you.
no one
Yep.
hears you.
All right, fix your sound settings. Yeah, we'll double back and we'll jump back to you.
Around and
Yep.
let that in.
All right, Null Elemental Blast. I
Let down.
not a great card. For all the reasons that a Ghostfire is kind of like an iffy card, this is even worse.
Well,
Going
back to it,
I see green. 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, buddy.
Yep.
Hey.
All right, cool.
Talk about
I was
Ghostfire.
gonna say, yeah, Ghostfire. Yeah, it is very meter dependent, like what we were discussing earlier yesterday night for you guys. For me, it's really good because there's a lot of things that need to be removed, and 90% of the time it's turned on. But and when it comes to replacing lightning bolt, that's what I did initially. But after our talk, I put it back in. The reason why I think that the as a win con it can replace bolt is because once you have infinite treasures, that additional 2 doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I agree with that. I think if you can do the math on like how often it's going to be off versus on in your meta, then it just becomes a meta call. I think it's a very narrow margin where it's going to be better, but it's there.
I'd like to jump off of that point, but using the next card as an example.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay, so Null Rod, Null Elemental Blast. The arguments for why this card might be good are the exact same arguments for why Ghostfire might be good. Like it counters all the things that that Ghostfire kills, right?
No, so that's the thing. Ghostfire doesn't have to target the multicolor permanent. This does, right? This does not say.
Right. Okay. So the 4 is it's 3 mana bolt, or it's 1 mana bolt that's reduced. Okay, well it's good. Null Elemental Blast made me real sad because I thought it was going to be really good, and there's just not enough multicolored stuff in the format that we care about.
Yep.
Play it.
I mean, there's plenty of multicolored things that we care about. The problem is, it costs 1 generic mana. It doesn't cost, or it costs 1 colorless mana. It doesn't cost a red.
Right.
So depending on what we have for our mana base and all that stuff, it's not easily castable. And unless you're, playing a mana base like Rust, where you are intentionally playing things with colorless mana to enable another card, it's going to be a lot harder to cast. And a lot of the win cons in the format are single color.
Yep.
They're not multicolored. So this doesn't stop most win cons, which is where I think this card failed.
Yeah. Tybalt's Trickery does this card's job better.
Strictly better.
I don't want to say strictly better, but it like has, like, you want Red Elemental Blast for countering the fishes and the Ristics to stop people from generating value, right? Because you don't know if you're actually going to get countered during your game, and it's better to turn off 3 or 4 card draws. This doesn't do that. This kills a Tymna, which every other piece of removal that you could possibly run in the deck also kills Tymna. So you'd rather just run that before she gets their first draw, and that's usually pretty easy to do.
Sorry, even our bigger vehicles can block it. Like a Fed Hearse can easily block a Tymna, just make it unfeasible for it to attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just so many outs to it, and we're talking about not stopping win cons. We're talking about stopping value generators, and we have better 1 mana counter spells to do that, and also in the context of win cons, it doesn't stop any of them. Tybalt's Trickery does stop all of them, right? And most of us aren't even on that because it's not our job to stop win cons that way. We have stuff like Flute to do that without giving someone value, right? So 1-for-1 cards tend to be bad. This one's an especially bad one. I don't know what deck wants it, but it's on ours. Another card that's good somewhere else and not here. Powerbalance. It really, really wants top deck tutors to function. It combos with an okay card, or it's a good card, but like not just kind of okay in our list. Sensei's Divining Top to get you some more consistent value. But even the person that was the most interested in trying it out, even the person that was trying it out was like, "Wow, the last like 6 times I played it, I really fucking hated it. It was just a waste of mana, and I got like one card over like 3 turns, and that's a really low fucking floor."
I will actually say the exact numbers. It got him 2 cards over 10 times that he saw the card. Sorry, 7 times that he saw the card, and that was over 10 games.
Right.
So
The card's
Yeah.
Null Rod.
it's really not consistent, and the major problem with power balance is that like we could have tested this properly, and I eventually did myself after Rust's information, and it doesn't do what we want it to do. A card that's not good in your opening hand, which is where you're most likely going to be playing something like this, is or where it's not consistent in your opening hand as far as the value it gives you, makes it very bad. Because
The opportunity cost upside. Go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
the other thing is that because it costs double red, it also changes a lot of the options that you have available to you for your early game sequencing.
Mm-hmm.
And having to sequence away from a normal plan of like dwarf into Magda or Magda into dwarf or whatever, puts this card in a situation where it's only good in very specific opening hands, and those opening hands don't happen often enough to warrant like actually running it.
Yeah.
And your opening hands are going to be generally worse if this card is good. Like, how often do we have double red consistently on turn 2?
Relatively often, but the problem is more the fact that our opponents aren't guaranteed to be playing things in the early game that are going to be hitting this. Like, as an example, an opponent on turn 3 might play Crom, right? And if they're playing Crom on turn 3 and you flip for power balance, there's a very small chance that you even hit anything whatsoever in our deck.
Yeah.
So, if they play Timna, sure, maybe it's going to be a bit higher. But because most of our deck is between 1 and 3 CMC, and we don't have a lot of zeros, it depends on like what's being cast and all that stuff. So it's like, without the top deck tutors to make sure that we can get that dockside with our Vampiric tutor when our opponent decides that they want to play a 2-drop, well, it just doesn't do it for us.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say also, like if you wanted to make this work, you certainly could. You could certainly shift traditional Magda deck building into a power balance deck, and it could even be good. I don't know. I'm not one to say because I was never that high on this card to begin with, because I think it would require running Sensei's Top. You might even want to include Scroll Rack, but even then you're playing one good card top and one okay card in Scroll Rack. But like you could shift deck building philosophies around power balance, but the question then becomes, is it worth it? And my answer is no, but that might be different for other people though.
So
Go ahead, Drew.
I just want to say, I'm not even saying it's a different deck building philosophy, because I remember this. I remember this 2-ish years ago. I'm thinking about like the mid-range Staxy Magda and how to manage card advantage better because we had worse options. We didn't have the One Ring. We were really in the mono red hell situation, and these were considerations I was thinking about making at that point, thinking about top and scroll rack. And this isn't just different building philosophy. This is a worse period of Magda deck building where you're using worse pieces to try to make a mediocre card for our list a little bit better. When we have better options for card advantage in the likes of Fomori Vault, and that's a selection, I know, or the One Ring. Right?
I'd argue you'd even get more value out of Faithless Looting.
I think
You'd get more value. You'd get more value off of playing Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Like,
Yeah.
That is seen in some lists.
Yeah,
so.
no, Fable's...
Yeah.
And you get
Fable, I agree with.
Right.
you get all that you off of a view.
Faithless looting is, I think you have to specifically care about your graveyard for it to be even remotely good. So,
Right. So
Well, Drew was
going back
saying
to
in the past about needing card draw, and
Oh,
like
yeah, fair enough.
yeah, like
this is indicative of a card we would want 3 years ago, not now.
Exactly.
But-
I think we've developed
Go-
past this point to where we
Yeah.
want something like
Yeah.
this.
Going back to the current core values of the deck and the points that I make on a lot of different cards, because they're like the explanation is generally true. The current philosophy of Magda in our current CEDH meta, generally speaking, is efficiency, redundancy, and I'll even add this last one: worst case scenarios. And if you have to like if you're looking at a card in the current Magda meta, and you have to go, well, this card is good if, and then you have to list a couple of different scenarios, one of which is, well, we could just change the deck building philosophy. You shouldn't be playing the card.
Yep.
At least not in the current iteration that we are.
Yep, I generally agree. I think this card has presented itself as mid as fuck, so let's press on to card that is not.
Yeah, just one more thing
Yeah,
before
you
we change slides.
Mhm.
You're going to hear me say, if a card is good, if you have to say ... is bad. Like, and I understand as a Magda deck, we play quite a few of those cards. Like, we run all the 1-mana dwarfs because like they're good if we have Magda. But the test for that metric is how much redundancy can we play with no opportunity cost in the deck to increase the card's EV. Right?
Yeah.
So like playing dwarves or playing a vehicle is like, okay, well like you know, what is it? High speed hover bike isn't the best card in the world. It's good if we have dwarves and if we have a Magda. But the redundancy and opportunity cost of that card, we have like 5 or 6 of them, usually 5, but we have we have enough vehicles in the deck that like it's just a concession you have to make. But Magda is very quickly becoming, with all the powerful options we are getting with changelings and artifact changelings and things of that nature. See Bloomburrow and that squirrel card. That like the deck is getting better and better cards, and our overall card quality is steadily decreasing.
Increasing.
But go ahead.
increasing.
Our card quality is yeah. Our bad card quality is steadily decreasing.
Our bad card volume is decreasing. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
We are
Like,
cutting bad cards like bad habits.
2 or 3 years from now, I do not believe that Magda is going to be known as the deck that plays bad cards because they're good with Magda. I'll put it to you that way.
If we go back to Call Time 2 and Dwarves of the Aggro archetype,
Oh, it's going to be so good.
we are going to get some fucking rare 1-mana Dwarves.
A 1-mana 3/3 with flying that pays 5 mana and makes 5 tap treasures. It's going to be so good.
That'll be great.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
That'll be Magda
whatever,
number 3.
Yeah, whatever. You know, there's 11 people in the audience, and one of you might be the R&D dwarf in here. You know, just putting it out there. 1-mana dwarfs.
Zero mana 0/2 artifact dwarf. I'll take that.
Yep. Make him a statue.
More one cost changeling artifacts.
Yeah, that's honestly it. All right, so
Artifact dwarf with molten duplication text. So go ahead.
Okay, so some of you might are gonna see this card and be like, "Wow, that's kind of mid." You're right. It is kind of like a mid card in a vacuum. The benefit of mid cards that have no opportunity cost, like a MDFC, is pretty excellent. Like we just got an extra spell for free. Not only do we get an extra spell for free, we get an extra spell for free that we can then pitch to Chrome Mox and get free mana on turn 1, and it's pretty fucking good. This card also enables like our 6th post infinite treasure combo. For those of you that don't know how it works, I'm not going to show you it in its entirety, but I'll explain it in brief. Basically, you get Roaming Throne, naming Monk or Djinn, whatever you feel like.
Or anything if you have Maskwood Nexus.
Or anything if you have Maskwood. Basically, you get double triggers on this card, and all you're doing is you either have the ability to search creatures out of your deck, or you empty your deck with the One Ring or what's the
Vexing Bauble.
Vexing Bauble. Thank you. And then you just simply loop Zoyoa's Justice and a Bolt effect to the graveyard, and then recur them with a double trigger Pinnacle Monk, because you use the Zoyoa's Justice to shuffle the monk in and pull it back out, or just shuffle it in, discover to hand something to hand, and then pull it out with Magda if you have Maskwood and can activate it. And that way you can just win the game. It's pretty. All those pieces we're running. We were never gonna not run them. This card being in the deck doesn't increase the likelihood that we run those cards, just the value of them since we are also running them. So this card is an auto-include unless you are playing the High Mountain variant, which is an option, but I find a lot of value in
Utility lands.
in utility lands that don't ask us to sacrifice a land coming in untapped or a red source. It does everything we need, and then it also pitches to Chromox, and it's also a win con, and just a utility piece.
It also pitches to Pyrokinesis.
It
also
does.
pitches to other things
yes.
like Fury.
Oh, Fury.
So, we're not on Fury, but some lists are.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a important fact that it is a red spell
Yep.
on its front side.
Right.
This is the. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say we've gone up a artifact dwarf. We'll talk about that artifact dwarf soon,
Yeah.
and we've likely dropped the red source to do so, because we're not likely to drop a different Robo Dwarf. But if you are, the numbers don't change on red sources versus non-red, or red cards versus non-red cards. But in the case where you're dropping a red card for a artifact, you are getting that back via a land that doesn't cost you anything. So those pitch cards maintain their percentage uptime, right, and your ability to use them, and that's a good thing. Go ahead, Mox.
Yeah, this is the quintessential card that I would reference if I was trying to explain the litmus test that I've been talking about so far. It's like, yes, this is a card that says this card is good if ... But the next step in that process is, well, what's it going to cost me to play it?
Right.
It costs nothing. You see all the things that it costs the deck? No, you can't, because it's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just it is a land that is that gives us a redundant combo, like an extra redundancy in our combo lines. It gives us outs to blind obedience and like all the other things. Like, it is 100% of the time you should be playing this card.
Yeah, I mean, it costs
Play
us a
it.
winter.
Put it in your deck.
It costs us a Winter Moon, and if you're on that, let me know how it's going for you. I don't have a lot of experience, so I can't really comment, but my inclination is that it's not worth not running cards like this.
Yeah. So sometimes blue decks have to hardcast the Force of Will. Okay? Card's not great at 5 mana. But like this card, it's a 5 mana 2/2 that gets something back.
Right.
It's fine. Sometimes you need to play a blocker.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever come into that situation, or if I ever will. But I'll be happy that I have it when I do.
I mean, it blocks the Timna. Not well, but it blocks the Timna.
It actually has prowess, so it does block.
Yeah, it does.
It gets you the instant or sorcery back that you need to use to surprise the Timna, which is not terrible.
You block the Timna, you Ghostfire Blade the Crom, and life's fine.
And they're sad. Yeah. All right. So
and profit. Yeah.
Right. So the next card is similar cost, nothing. The upside is slightly less. So obviously the upside for Pinnacle Monk is pretty for actually casting the card is pretty low until you're in the post combo phase. Sundering Eruption's the other way around. It doesn't really do much for you in the post combo environment, but this one it gives you a free attack. It operates like a one-turn vehicle because it gets you a free swing into whoever's open. It also hurts the blue farm and the Sensei player the most, and given those are our chief competition, having a destroy target with dual land on a land is pretty good. The fact that it gives you a free attack for 2 to 3 dwarves is just kind of gravy. But it's all gravy. There's nothing wrong with it. Like it costs you 3 life that you didn't care about. So card is just solid.
Yeah, it's good because the main reason we don't play Arena of Glory is because we really don't want to be going to combat with our dwarves if we can help it. That like this card blows up a land. It's basically 3 mana, potentially mana screw an opponent, and you don't have to worry unless someone flashes in a Fairy Mastermind, which is a very niche case scenario. But it gets rid of all the anxiety you have about just being able to swing out at a player who has a bunch of ground creatures.
Yep.
It's just very good. They can get you there in a pinch if they've blown up your vehicle and you've got 2 treasures and 3 dwarves sitting around.
Right.
It's good. And going back to the point of MDFCs are amazing, the opportunity cost is nothing.
Right.
It's a land.
Yep.
There also are some decks that are more turbo-oriented that run Gimli, and there are some gummed-up board states where Gimli doesn't do anything because he's a 1/1,
Yeah.
and you haven't played Magda after you played Gimli.
Yep.
So in those scenarios, this card can get you 3 treasures in 1 turn, at the very minimum.
Right.
Right?
And then you have a very dangerous Gimli.
Yes.
So
Yeah, and if we're talking about the core philosophies of the deck, efficiency, redundancy, worst case scenario, i.e., looking at the floor of every card we play, the floor of this card's a land. It's just good.
yeah.
But go ahead, Drew.
If you were thinking about running Sticky Fingers and that kind of aggro beatdown, let's have 5 on 2, let's have 5 on 3, every game kind of deck, this card kind of just replaces Sticky Fingers, or you can run it in tandem. To get you that if you really want to put all your eggs in kind of a single combat oriented abuse the control player basket, this is a card that helps there. I don't think that version's particularly strong, but I think this makes it stronger. So let's move on to another fantastic land, which does have a cost to inclusion, but probably a worthy cost. Urza's Cave is a tutor for a land. We have a couple or 3 really good lands in our deck. This gets us another land later we'll talk about, Talon Gates. This is probably the reason we're running this card, is because Talon Gates is that good. Because Fomori Vault's good, but not... You're not going to be playing 3 mana and then... or 4 mana and then 4 mana to do the Fomori Vault thing. That's a little steep. You're just not likely to do that and still have mana to do anything else with it. But Talon Gates just comes in and does the thing. So this card is very good at getting you what you need at the time. If you end up with infinite mana or just an obscene amount, and you want to dump it somewhere, you can go grab yourself. Treasure Vault and get you the extra 1 or 2 that you need, and it does that too. It gets you Treasure Vault, gets you Talon Gates. What are the other relevant targets? Show.
Mutavault.
Yeah,
Mutavault.
Yeah.
Cavern of Souls. Any of the lands that give you triggers for Magda 2.0 for crimes.
Yeah.
I say
Mycosynth Gardens, notably.
Yeah, Mycosynth. Yeah.
The problem with this land for me is there are a few times where I've been able to use it to its benefit and go get a Ancient Tomb because I needed mana or something, but the more that I've played with this card, the more I realize it is technically cuttable. And the thing about this is that you have listed on here is that it deals with an oppo, it doesn't, because it's a search.
Oh, you're right.
So
Yeah,
the
Go
only
ahead,
thing that
Joe.
this is really good for, in my opinion, is getting rid of Draenus for a turn, getting rid of something like a Mayhem Devil for a turn so that you can combo off freely. It does have some good value with that land, but there's also going to be situations where you've played the lands that this is useful for, where it's going to feel pretty bad.
Just to note on that one point about dealing with opposition agent, you can use this ability while opposition agent's on the stack. Go grab Barbarian Ring to
Yes.
kill the opposition agent. So
You
it's
can.
not totally worthless, but like I get where you're pointing. Like it's
But I mean, that also, you have to make the concession that if my opponents haven't wheeled me, then my Barbraing's probably off.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's
which is fair. Or unless you've been highly interactive that game, or you have the right pieces of fast mana like
The One
Lotus
Ring.
Petal or
Yeah,
Lotus Petal,
it's-
One Ring, Jeweled Lotus, etc. to fill up your graveyard faster, or they've been interacting with you, killing your 1-mana dwarves, something akin to that. But
yeah,
like it's not.
it definitely is an answer, but it's
Yeah,
uncommon where it's turned on.
Right.
So,
fair enough.
going back to the litmus test, if you guys if you guys would mind just talking through this with me.
Sure.
So Urza's Cave is good if it gets Fomori Vault to interact with a potential creature,
No,
like a
that's
Draenei
Talon.
or
It's,
something like
it's
that.
Madara.
Or sorry, yeah, if it gets Madara. It's good if you need like the extra 2 mana with an Ancient Tomb. It's good if you need like a Mutavault. What's the opportunity cost for playing it in the deck?
It is not a red source,
Not a
which
red.
is
Yeah.
that doesn't sound like a lot, but in decks where
It
you are
seems like,
cutting
yeah.
a lot of mountains, it actually could be. It depends on what your ratio of pips are, because that's different for every list. And having, again, this is why I'm under the impression that basics are good, despite, I love utility lands. It's one of the reasons why I play Magda, is because we get access to all these like cool little niche interaction lands, like Fomori Vault, Mycosynth Gardens, Hammerheim, etc. Um, but it is really dependent on what your list looks like. If you're more colorless focused, I think the cost to include, the opportunity cost, is a lot lower. But if you
Okay.
are more pip heavy, the cost becomes higher and maybe not actually worth it. It just depends on what your own personal list looks like.
Okay, so it may or may not be worth it from an opportunity cost perspective. How detrimental is holding up 4 lands essentially? So three mana and then the actual Urza's Cave to be able to tap it.
Usually not that much actually, because we don't, unless you usually play like a 1-mana dwarf on your turn or something. On the early turns, it's much higher. Like, because you have to have Ancient Tomb, Springleaf Drum, stuff that
Right.
generates mana crypt, other stuff like that. It's a lot higher, but as the game goes on, you're able to hit more land drops. I think
You're able to hold it up, yeah.
yeah, you're
Okay.
able to hold it up more efficiently, because
So
again, you're just like playing or sometimes not even doing anything at all. I've oftentimes in the late game just said, move to my turn, draw a card, pass turn, like just
Okay,
holding up
right.
everything.
Right, because we at a certain point we're just waiting for a window.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, what is the ceiling of this card? Because the ceiling of this card seems like
Winning
someone
the
tries
game
to kill a
immediately.
Magda.
You winning the
someone
game
tries,
immediately.
yeah.
That's the ceiling.
Yeah.
Go on.
It
Yeah,
is
okay.
It's 3 mana to say, okay, I win the game here.
What
Or
is your average use case scenario with this card in playtesting and generalized experience?
So
that's the thing. I have not play tested it, but I'm sorry.
Okay,
Drew,
sure. Go, Drew.
In my testing, it's either specifically gotten Gates of Madara or Ancient Tomb. Like, there's not a whole lot of times where my board state has called for anything else. There was one time I used it for Barbering to get rid of a Oppo, but I've probably played like 50 games with the card now, and it's only had relevancy in maybe like 5 of them.
Okay, so as far as an opportunity cost is concerned, if you weren't going to play Urza's Cave, what would you play? And is Urza's Cave just generally better than that at its base?
I would say so, and the card that both me and Show cut for it was Volatile Fault. At least
yeah, that card it makes a treasure.
It makes a
Right.
treasure, kills a land. You usually don't want to do it unless you can force an activation and you're just kind of like banking it. So it's not like an aggressive play, which it could be, but it's not. People don't usually play it that way. So
I mean, to be fair, you and I cut Volatile Fault for a mountain. We didn't cut Volatile Fault for this.
True, but did we then not cut a mountain for this?
Yeah.
We didn't cut this for a mountain. So I mean, you could, in a roundabout way, say that we cut
a mountain for this.
Volatile Fault for this, but
Yeah.
So generally speaking, from an overview perspective, it seems okay. Like this card seems to fall in the same category that like Ghostfire Blade falls into, which is it's defendable, but like it's going to be very very list dependent, and it's going to be like what you value more. Do you value the upside of potentially this is 3 mana, I win the game, or like how much value do you put on? Okay, well this goes and gets Treasure Vault on the end step, and then I have Treasure Vault now. Like how good are it seems good, and like you can construct a lot of like I don't want to say corner case, but you can construct a lot of scenarios where this is good.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like it doesn't pass the litmus test of efficiency, redundancy, and worst case scenario.
Well, the
I would
worst
The worst
argue-
case scenario of this card is it goes and gets
I would argue that
mountain.
right, but I would argue that because this is a land specifically, the opportunity cost is not very high unless you are having problems hitting your red sources.
Right, you would have to cut this for another land, and I don't know how many other better land options there are.
It's a mountain. I think the mountain is probably the best land that you would run over this.
Right, so
Also-
if it's this over mountain, and if it's pip dependent, then you should probably just run it.
What you gotta
Also, on the redundancy, this is just redundancy. This is find the best land in your deck for the right situation.
Right.
Like this
Right.
this is a piece of redundancy, and if you're finding that you don't have or needing to find the specific land in this case, it's
Yeah, if they play if they print another Mutavault-esque effect in Bloomburrow because there seems to be a changeling theme, then I feel like we cut it for that. But like for right now, it seems fine in the deck. I'd run it and just keep testing it.
Oh man.
I mean,
I feel like
it-
it's a
Question.
Go ahead.
sorry. I was about to say
Yeah,
it is just a 3-mana crop rotation,
I've
which
got a
is
question,
a
like,
card not to shy from.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can
Yes.
hear you. It's just everyone starts talking at the same time. Aaron, go please.
Yeah, so I think that I've got a statement and a question. I think that this also gets for Mori Vault, which isn't nothing.
Yes.
If we're digging for an answer, that might be what we are trying to go for. And secondly, you guys cut Volatile Fault?
Yeah.
Man, I'm still running it. Should I cut it for a mountain?
No, not necessarily.
I'm still running Fault.
I-
I'm still running Fault. I think it's good.
It is good.
Yeah,
It does what
I
it's
get
printed on the
it.
tin.
This isn't.
I get a lot of credits.
We're not in a position, or we're starting to get more and more into a position where the cards we're cutting are not because they are not performing, but because we're interested in seeing if X card performs more in a different, more in a divergent direction, right? And Urza's Cave, Magda's biggest issue is being able to develop under the 3 or so stacks pieces that or hate pieces that stop her. And Urza's Cave dodges 2 of them and goes and gets something that can dig for an answer for one of them, or just answers one of them for the time being, right? And that's more valuable than to us right now. That's more valuable than, say, kill an incidental land and also get 1 extra treasure. Because the treasure is not usually the problem for us right now. It's making sure we can develop Magda's herself specifically.
So the reason why I don't specifically like Fault after playing with it a bunch is because if you have it in your opening hand, you need Magda to not die. Because if you get rid of a land of your own to destroy a land of an opponent's, you don't get anything in return, right? They get a land, you don't. You get a treasure. So if that treasure doesn't win you the game, then you've gone down a land. You can no longer recast Magda, which means it also puts you in a situation where if Volatile Fault is in your opening hand and you don't also have enough fast mana to maintain at least 1 redeployment of Magda in the first 3 or 4 turns of the game, then the activated ability of the card means nothing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll think about it. But coming back to Cave, I don't think that getting from Mori Vault is nothing. I think that it is extremely valuable, and yeah, I want to put it in.
Yeah, I mean, Fomori Vault is a very useful piece, especially in the mid game. If you're sitting on treasures, if you're under a null rod, and you need to find an answer for something else.
Right. Because getting
Like-
stuck there kind of puts you in like
Walking
the.
my vault or a mountain right now. I mean my Volta Vault. Yeah.
All right. All right. I think that might be the end for the main set. No, we have one more. I'm gonna let. I need to grab a drink of water. I'm gonna let show Vamp on how good Vexing
We have
Bauble
one
is.
more card that you didn't put on here.
What
Winter
card?
Moon.
It's on here.
No, it is it?
It's
Yes.
number
Sorry.
19.
I don't see it. I'm blind. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Vamp on Vexing Bauble. Talk to us about how awesome it is and how it's an instant staple.
This card is ridiculous. If you play this in seat 1 or seat 2, it shuts down player 3 and player 4 from developing a lot of their fast mana relatively quickly. And there's plenty of times where even in seat 1, the blue farm player will keep a fish, or they'll keep, a turn 2 Rhystic Study hand or something like that, where they're not really developing all that much. And that's sort of like the crux of how they're looking to play out their opening hand. And this stops everyone else, right? In as far as developing things, it prevents early counterspells from stopping us from playing stack pieces. And it also shuts down a lot of things. The opponent cannot play free spells, they cannot play spells that have a secondary cost instead. So an example of this is Crick. Crick gets to pay life instead of mana. It's not Phyrexian mana. Whereas you can pay life in exchange for Phyrexian mana and still use something like a Mental Misstep through this. But being able to essentially shut off some things for Breach, it's Holly, Bolas' Citadel, some of the stuff for Urza. There's plenty of free spells that you want to shut down early. It is just great. On top of that, it's also a way to draw your deck with Goblin Engineer or Goblin Welder. And
Or the new
being
guy.
able to, or the new guy, and being able to just draw a
Here.
card whenever you need to is very important. And being able to shut down interaction, and you being able to hold up a land so that you can be like, hey, this can be a political tool.
Yep. I mean, it's really good. They keep just printing better Lavinias, and we just keep taking them.
It's a stacks piece that has a built-in escape valve to get out from under it if you need to. It is absolutely fantastic.
They need
Yep.
to give us a null rod with an escape valve. Holy shit! Or a grass cage.
Don't think that will happen since it's on the reserve list. But one thing I want to point out: do not cast this and don't leave up my mana to second.
Right? Yeah, I lost the game last night because of that. Because I was too worried about paying for fish.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, literally what happened. I was paying for Rhystic. I should have.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about that. I was just like, oh yeah, that story checks out.
Yep.
Yeah, so Vexing Bauble is another thing, like you said, though, that you have to play it and be able to hold up interaction, or be able to hold up the ability to destroy it.
Yep.
Use its ability. The only time that that's not the case is absolute turn 1 if you know that you are going first, and you can shut down other players.
Right.
Otherwise, it's one of those things where you need to sort of tempo yourself a little bit to make sure that you can not screw yourself if an opponent tries to win,
Right.
and they need access to a force of will or something to stop it.
Right.
Yeah, turn 1 Bauble, turn 2 Orb of Dreams. You're winning that game. But go ahead, bud.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I think people that were on Chalice of the Void, like this card kind of replaces it in some sense, because it does the turn 1 thing, but it also does the win the game thing.
The downside of this card is that it has negative interactions with things like Thorn of Amethyst, Sphere of Resistance, God Pharaoh Statue, and even Damping Sphere.
Yeah.
Because if they play a spell, their crypt now costs 1 because of Damping Sphere, so they get to play their crypt.
But their crypt only goes +1 on mana, and since the next spell that turn will cost 2 more mana, they didn't actually get anything by casting
No,
the crypt.
I know, but it's one
And
of
if
those things where it does come up.
Right, it will.
If you're playing, yeah, if you're playing with like highly skilled players, yes. I have been in many situations where like I've had a damping sphere, and and Bauble, and like people are like, well, I just can't cast zeros. So I'm just like, I mean, that's technically what the card says, yeah. Like I wouldn't, I'm not gonna point out to them that technically that costs 1 now, but it's fine. Like more often than not, it's good enough that like you basically get to enter like whenever someone does try and go for a win around it, you get in a situation where you're like, hey, I know you guys haven't been able to use any of your free counter spells pretty much this entire game. Odds are like at least 2 of you have some in hand, like free interaction. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this Bauble and let y'all fight over it, and then go for a win on my turn.
Right.
It's just good.
Yeah.
You get a lot of control there. The built-in control of like being able to blow this card up is what really pushes it over the top.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the flaw for this card would be if you've played it and then in the next couple of turns you draw your free mana rocks.
Yeah, then you just pay 1 mana and then play it out.
Draw a
Just-
card.
Yeah, draw a card. Yeah, and then use the card, the mana you just you made because you can play them now to play that card you drew. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it effectively turns a 0 rock into a 1 mana rock.
yeah, that's fine. Well, the 1 mana rock and a card. All right, let's talk about a card that is kind of polarizing. So I'm gonna put it out there. I don't think this card's good. I think this card is actively bad because I think Magda works just fine. I think it's okay when Magda is a snail when everyone else is an inanimate object and can't do anything, which is why I think Winter Orb is a better card than this card, because I don't think your opponent's always getting potentially getting 2 lands to year 1, or 2 lands to like year 3 or so on a high mountain list is worth your opponents potentially ever getting 2 lands when you really just want them to always only untap 1 land. The reality is we can play cards that just turn off the game for players and still operate, so why play a card that is letting the players kind of operate and hoping we just break parity that much more? Like, we're hoping we're swinging for the fences when Magda doesn't really do that, in my opinion. There's also some math there.
So, oh yeah, go ahead, Drew. I'll chime in a minute.
Okay. I had Zombie crunch some numbers on the likelihood of seeing X number of mountains by 10 cards. So your whatever you kept +3 or plus, yeah, I guess 3 turns. And the numbers aren't great even at high levels of mountains. Like, you're talking about half the time on 17 mountains you're only getting Wintermoon +2 mountains, which means you are untapping 2 to 3 lands, which is okay. If your opponents are only tapping 1, you're untapping the same number of lands as your opponents collectively, which is basically kind of the spot where I think the card functions, and like functions as intended, is if you are breaking parity with the entire table collectively on mana production. But
17 mountains is unrealistic.
17 mountains is unrealistic. You go to the next most realistic number, which I think is 13. You're only getting 1 in 3 chance of getting that, like, what I consider the bare minimum for justifiability, right? It's a 3 in 4 chance for 1 mountain, but at that point you're untapping 2 lands. They're untapping 1 land. and that's meh, just okay. Like,
Yeah. So the inherent problem with this card is we really want our stocks pieces to affect the the three other players at the table. If you run into like a Marath or sorry Marin or a Yisan or just like a CDH player who's kind of more on a budget list and just has more basics, like you could potentially play this card and lock out one player at the table, and the other two players don't mind. And so you're kind of inadvertently helping them by playing your stacks piece. And the variance there is what makes this card like suboptimal in my opinion. Because if I have this card in hand, and the Jeskai control deck is tapped out, but the player in next turn priority order has 4 untapped non-basic lands, it's really gonna do nothing for them. It's really gonna do nothing to them, other than just like make them wait until until they can play they can play another land and have enough untapped lands to be able to do what they need to do. CDH is such an efficient format that like more often than not the ceiling of this is the entire table is tapped out and no one has a non-basic land in play, right? And at that point, it's just it's just Winter Orb.
Nobody has a basic land in play.
Yeah. Sorry, nobody has a basic land in play, and at that point, it's just Winter Orb, and you should just be playing Winter Orb.
That's the way I look at it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna inadvertently king make one of the players at the table.
Yep.
By playing this card.
This has the same problem as a Blood Moon, in which you need to really know when to drop it if you're running it. And a lot of times I've had Blood Moon and I didn't want to drop it because there were I didn't have a Null Rod out, and there were so many people threatening Docksides or even just a Dockside would overcome this as well.
Right. This card has the same problem that Trinisphere did whenever Kinnan was one of the most popular decks in the format. Like, Kinnan itself typically plays the card Trinisphere. So, by playing this, the odds are you are helping at least one of your opponents more than you are hurting the other two. And we really want our stacks effects to be, 1, backbreaking, which this card isn't. And 2, we want it to be ubiquitous around the table and affect everyone equally. And it also doesn't do that. It's a generally polarizing card. Yeah, it's a generally polarizing card from the set because people are like, oh no, this is just Winter Orb, and I'm just like, no, it's not. It's strictly worse Winter Orb.
The other thing is it doesn't pass your litmus test because it requires Godpharaoh statue or Damping Sphere or something else to be, or Null Rod or something else to be in play already for this to actually be good.
Yep.
Yeah, the card, like if you have to say, well, this card is good, like if I play it after I've gotten a Magda activation off, you shouldn't play the card.
Yeah, I just think every case you would make for this card, Winter Orb does better. And I don't know that I want 2 Winter Orbs that badly that I'm willing to run a pretty significantly worse one, because I think the card I'm most worried about is Kinnan, right?
Yep.
Kinnan is the deck that makes this card feel. It's sort of like how when Malcolm Kedis and Malcolm Vile were popular about 9 months ago, and they were on the rise. People were looking at Blood Moon a little bit shiftily because they were like, wow, do you just hand the red blue player the game? And yes, unless you find a way to deal with it, yeah, you absolutely do. And there were people making the consideration of not running the Blood Moons because they didn't want the heavily red player just to be able to dockside for the win in response, and then none of the other players could do anything. But I think we're pretty obviously out of that environment, and in a one where Blood Moon does the job, Winter Moon does not do the job, and you can do better with your hate pieces.
Like Blood Moon in the current meta, where you're seeing in your top four is, Sensei, Timnacrom, Tivit in some scenarios, even Kinnan. Like, Kinnan lists don't run all that many non-basics. Some of them are on, like, 2 of each at the maximum, it seems. So, like, you're still causing big problems for all of the other decks. Sure, playing this into another deck that heavily plays red, like playing a Blood Moon into a Winota is not always the strongest option. But like you said, there are plenty of games where you'll be like, cool, I have this and then I have some removal. I'm just going to play this out and then fuck the player that also is not hurt as bad by it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it ends up working out in your favor.
I don't know if like my signal's pretty bad right now. Am I breaking up? Can you guys hear me clearly?
We can hear you.
Okay. Unpopular opinion, and probably says everything we need to say about Winter Moon. This isn't even the best CEDH like land hate they printed in the set. The 3-mana 2/2 Merfolk that shuts off Dockside.
Yeah,
right,
no.
because it turns everything into blue is just better than this card.
Yeah, I would say I would say another big thing about this card is that it asks you, it dares you to try to break parity on it by making your deck worse, right?
Exactly.
So
it's just bad.
You can look at the opening hand math behind Arena of Glory and apply it to this as well.
Right.
So like if you see this card in your opening hand, it doesn't feel good, and this is not going to be a tutor target. So the fact that it's an artifact is like
barely relevant.
It's not that it's barely relevant. It's just that like it's daring you to make bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
It's tempting you. It's like lying there with a tray of cookies, and it's like, hey man, come on, you want to? It's like no.
You want to break parity? You run a lot of mountains.
You want to break? Yeah, you break that parity.
Right.
No,
exactly.
it's just bad. Like it's just.
All right.
I feel like we've said all we need to say.
Yeah.
All right, Commander. Very few cards. I guess pretty high value though generally. Eldritch Immunity. Kind of a mediocre card.
But it is protection, which we lack.
We do lack it, but it has the same problem as like the low end. Like the floor is I can't cast this because I can't reliably make a colorless mana, and I need
if I'm playing this, I'm probably playing the new card from Assassin's Creed, Smoke Bomb, instead. Even though it's a little higher CMC, but
what you're doing is playing scared.
Yeah, exactly.
If we're playing this card, honestly, we play a deck that folds to Bowmasters. There's a certain amount of all right, if you got it, you got it. But I'm not gonna play an Eldrazi instant in my Magda deck, and the Magical Christmas Land is Corvold's going
Magda
off.
Win the game.
Yep.
Yeah, the ceiling is Corvold is going off with Mayhem Devil, and you're just like, haha, but they can just respond over the top of it. Right,
yep.
At the best, you're one for one-ing in Magda, which is not good. We don't have reliable draw engines.
Yeah, I would agree.
Aside from the One Ring, it's just not great.
Yep.
It's a trap, in the words of General Akbar.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I don't think Overload does much either. 5 mana to give your 2 fucking dwarves protection is not amazing.
Hey, sometimes it's
we're probably
stacking
stacking treasures to get there at 5 anyway.
If you have 5 dwarves and you haven't won the game, what are you doing?
Yeah, and it has the what was the
if you have 5 dwarves and you
mana...
haven't won the game, you're under a card we're going to talk about later.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's the Eldrazi Blast?
Null,
it's bad for the same reason that's bad. Yeah, it's bad for that because it's 4 generic and a colorless pip.
Yep.
Specifically, card's bad.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, there's might be one more land that we would want to look at, but I think it's really mint, but maybe there's some applications.
Which one?
Lazotep Quarry.
I'll pull it up. I'm not gonna make a slide for it though. I'll pull it up after.
Yeah.
It
No, I mean,
is after this one.
yeah, sure. You can look at it at the end of this string here.
All right. So next one is Horizon of Progress. It's a good. It is a good land, not a great land, but it doesn't really have a home outside in the I guess the mainstream Magda builds because you don't want that kind of ramp that consistently, and it also can't be your first red source.
Right.
Not being your first red source is like the worst part about practically any land that we could play that's on a mountain. Not being your first red source is bad, and having an effect that we don't need explicitly, like the we're on 27 lands generally. It's not. 1/4 year cards are going to be lands you're probably going to stop at 3 or 4 at some point. You're not flooding out, right? So the 4 mana put a land thing is kind of trinket text like 80% of the time. In the draw,
3 mana.
What's that?
3 mana.
You tap itself. It's 4 mana.
Sure.
Yeah. The sacrifice draw card, that's good for the cost, right? I just don't care for it on a land that also isn't a red mana. If it was a red mana, like if it itself did red mana without needing another red land on the field, I would absolutely play it as a mountain, right? It would just be
yeah.
To be fair, you're underselling it, because let me bring up my own list. Give me 1 second.
Can I just go ahead.
No, you go ahead while I'm pulling this up.
Okay, so this card is good if you have Talon Gates of Madara in hand, and you have 3 open mana plus this.
Madara can already do that though.
Yeah, but like I'm reaching for straws here about why this card is good. Because like again, if it's in your opening hand and you don't have a mountain, you're gonna have to mulligan. Right, it doesn't produce red on its own. The 3 mana tap ramp is if we are in a position in a game with Magda where we are using like the end of turn 4 to put another mountain into play. It's just not good. And if you look at the utility lands that we play, typically speaking, we have Urza Saga, Shink of the Blood-Soaked, Treasure Vault. Like, there's nothing that we want to put into play aside from Talon Gates of Madara at instant speed to interact with anything. And you said it yourself that like Madara does that on its own.
Right.
And like, albeit like technically 1 mana cheaper, but you are correct. We do have to use 4 lands, so it is 4 mana.
Gotcha. I think what Sho is getting at as he pulls up his list is the number of technically red sources for this.
Yes, because you have
7 mountains,
Barbring, Cavernous Souls, Edoras or Hammerheim, Glittering Caves if it has a luck counter, Helm's Deep, Holdout Settlement, Survivor's Encampment, Talon Gates with Madara. The only lands in our deck that don't turn it on are Urza's Saga, Urza's Cave, Treasure Vault, and Balin's Tomb, plus Memorial Vault.
That's very fair, but what is...
So
what is the opportunity cost versus like more often than not? The main reason we would want to play this card is because we can crack it and draw a card.
So the reason why you would play this card is why Rust is on this card is it also makes colorless mana, specifically. So it
does?
Yeah, any
type,
because
any type.
So if you're on the Null Blast or
if you're on Warping Whale, it's very strong.
If you're on Warping Whale, yes.
That's fair.
But
it's reasonable.
If you're not, it's not as good.
Yeah.
Right, so it's good if it's better if you are playing a card that most of the community, I love Rust, but that most of the community agrees is not necessary, and we can all agree that Rust has an affinity for the card Warping Whale.
I think the card is still very strong. Like, I don't run it, but I would run it. if your land base can be made to do so effectively, if I didn't have to run Tarnished Citadel, like let's say I could add in Horizon of Progress and we get another 2 lands that are colorless lands that also produce red, I'd run it. But in the
Okay.
current iteration, I probably
You can add
am
Ramanut.
50-50. Yeah, you can, but it costs you 3 life. Or
Ramanut, I
2,
think it's two. I
Ravenous
think.
1 or 2 life. But the other one, Tarnished Citadel is 3.
Yeah,
So it's like
the numbers sort of add up.
life doesn't really matter, but at the same time, it still does.
Don't throw it away for nothing. Is
Right.
yeah.
I don't think this card is necessarily like if I see this in a list, I wouldn't bat an eye on it.
No, I
It's
wouldn't
not.
either.
It's it's what I like to call synergies printed on the tin.
Yeah.
Because that's what it does. It does what it says it's going to do, and at worst case scenario, it draws a card, which all Horizon lands do. So it's not, again, it's not embarrassing to run or anything like
Sure.
that. It's very much a call of what exactly do you want out of your mana base.
Yeah. I would agree, and I don't actually think that the Ramanep Tarnished Horizon, like the taps 4 colors and red, but costs life. I don't think that's a humongous cost. I just think it's getting slightly more when combined with our MDFCs, of which we run 2 or 3. So it's possible that those numbers start to matter, and even like the mid range lists can bully you a little bit. All right. I think we've said all we need to on this card. Talon is good, just really good. It's a instant speed, uninteractable. Outside of Stifle.
SWAT as well, notably.
Yeah,
But
SWAT. Oh man, the swatting Magda on your turn, that would be brutal. Um, it it just interacts with combos in a very attractive way. It does very much the same thing that Flute does, but does it on a land, and it costs more. But you can also do it on your turn as a land play, which is super insane. Right, you're basically playing a 2 mana blue spell as your land drop. Right, or
I mean, I've had this specifically just open games up because I got rid of an Oppo for my turn.
right,
Like,
Yep. I had the exact same experience, except that once I did that, the Oppo controller just went for a crop rod and phased out my Magda with his own. So yeah, this can be used against us as well. So I think that needs to be taken note of.
yep,
also notably,
mm-hmm.
Grand Abolisher, no longer an issue. We can use this to open up interaction for either us or our opponents to
Right.
deal with what they have going on, which is um, only Twin Shot Sniper gets around.
In all our
Well, it's just in our deck.
oh
Okay.
sure,
In our deck, Twin Shot Sniper was really the only thing we had to deal with a resolved Grand Abolisher on a winning turn.
right.
Now we have another option, which
Mhm.
is just gravy.
I
Like,
think
this
it's.
is
Oh, please, continue. Sorry.
no. I was just commenting on it. Good card, good.
Yeah, I think it's actually good for the format because I think silence effects are. We're playing more niche and niche games of let's say rock paper scissors of hate piece versus win piece versus anti hate piece, right? And like that's a or hate slash protection piece when you compare it to like Dranith or Oppo or Grand Abolisher or what's the green white guy?
Cutzel.
Cutzel, thank you. Yeah, so I think this is actually pretty good for the format because low color decks have ways to interact favorably at instant speed with color soup decks to open up counter spell wars, and that's really good. I think that's a very useful thing for low color decks to get because it doesn't pressure our mana nearly as badly as it does for the 4 colors. We get more spells than they do effectively, which is a good balancing mechanic. So more spells on lands R&D for the R&D dwarf in the room. It stops silence on a stick It stops combo pieces from being used if it's like mid combo and they can't interact with the target. It opens up our combo. It opens up our combo lines when we kill a Dranithor or we phase a Dranithor and Oppo. Like there's just it's a
Vala and Big Egg, anything that's
Yeah.
stopping us.
right. It's very much got that Chaos Warp energy of just being answer literally answer something, right? You don't have to care about the how big its butt is. All right. Any other thoughts about Talon Gates? Buy one, but buy it after me so the price stays lower.
You're
I
talking about
don't-
the Surge foil, right? Or
Yeah, the Surge
whatever
foil.
it is.
Yeah, buy the regular
Yeah,
version.
how much
don't
is the
think
Ripple
it's
Foil
getting
going
lower.
for
It's
nowadays?
100.
I don't know. I don't want to look.
Oh, God!
I don't think it's getting lower because I bought mine for about 80 or so, and I think it's gone up to 100 again.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm just gonna have to pull the trigger. Anyway, yeah. If those of you looking for that Ripple foil, just buy it after me. So I paid a little smaller price. Um, I think this card is just really good, and it'll probably have us. It'll take a lot of really pushed lands to this not make the cut. All right, on to a very sad set that is kind of for casual people and people that like Ubisoft games. Note that is not me. Assassin's Creed did not give us a whole lot, but the cards it did give are interesting. We got a Buried Ruin upgrade. We don't really care about that because we just keep getting good recursion pieces. Apparently, it's just okay.
Lazotep Quarry.
What's that?
Lazotep Quarry, I think it's better
Oh
than
yeah,
this.
yeah. Let's talk about that real quick. Yep. So it's a colorless, sacrifice a creature, add 1 mana of any color, sacrifice a desert, exile top creature, target creature card from your value X from your graveyard, create a token. Okay, so basically you do a Eternalize. So 3 mana plus X Eternalize of a creature in your graveyard.
Two, yeah.
Well, I mean it costs the land itself costs to tap, and then you have
Oh yeah.
you always rounding down on these lands tapping themselves, guys. It matters.
And you got to sacrifice it, so you're gonna lose the land. I'm not saying it's a good card, but I'm saying it's better than Abstergo Entertainment.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would much rather get a. It's interesting. It does put it in the graveyard if you're trying to abuse an ETB, right? Like I do think I agree. I think this is pretty okay because you can you can sacrifice your
You can sacrifice your dockside
yeah.
in response to someone trying to copy it, and then you can bring it back the next turn as a 4/4 zombie.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think we care about the that kind of effect too much. It's very cute and neat more than anything.
I mean, that one interaction is potentially good enough.
Yeah, but the only way it makes colored mana is if you sack a creature.
Or if you're on Horizon of Progress.
Or if you're on Horizon of Progress. I guess Rust gets the big ups here. Is this in your list, Rust? Tell the class.
Is he here?
Yeah, Rust is here. He's just listening.
Oh, but he's not. He's not a speaker.
No, he's not. I didn't.
No.
If you
He's
wanna-
not on this card.
Okay. It's very like that. Like I think this card is good, not in this deck. I think it's very good.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's niche as hell. I just want to point this out because it's better than Abstergo Entertainment.
Sure. No, absolutely. I just didn't get it. I didn't get a lot of hype during spoiler season, so I didn't even consider it. But it is
This
definitely worth
card-
talking about.
This card I think is good in one specific deck, and it is the Enris Gloomstalker plus Street Urchin deck, which actually got pioneered by a more local player.
You know Kezit?
in the Ohio area.
Are you talking about Kirk?
I've played against him I've been in tournaments with him a few times. I've never actually matched up against with him.
He is a scary fucking player.
Oh, I know, and it terrifies me because Street Urchin just says, "Lol, get wrecked, Magda."
Oh yeah, no, I love that deck so much. It's my favorite
Yeah.
Gruul deck for sure.
Yeah, it is a very cool Gruul control deck,
Yep.
and it uses Realms Uncharted, which already signed me up. That's like
It also
so
got
cool.
the new green land, which is nuts.
Yeah, shifting woodland is a wild card if y'all haven't played with it yet.
Yeah,
I actually think this card might make it into Corvold as well.
yeah,
And another Phyrexian Tower is good.
yeah. I think so. I think this is probably good. Anything that likes to do graveyard loops, which is not very many these days, but like the ones that if you know, you know, kind of thing. But 3 mana, it's a 3 mana or 3 color decks, or like this starts to get a little bit spookier. At least for at least Phyrexian Tower is like acceleration, right? You'll get 1 creature, 2 mana.
This is mana neutral, but you just have to care about either the sacrifice part of it or the reanimation part of it.
Also, exiling something you want to loop is a little spooky. It's better when you're just like getting a copy for value and you don't care about doing it a bunch of times, but only the one time.
Or like Mayhem Devil, like
right.
In Corvold's case, it's you make a copy of Mayhem Devil when you're already winning the game, which is good enough on its own.
That's true. All right, we're talking about how this card could be used in other decks. I think in Magda, it's obviously not like a slam dunk. It has some niche interactions for protecting protecting the game from your own dockside, which is usually if I've played a dockside, I'm not passing the turn.
Yeah, I was about to say, usually when you land dockside, you're winning the game as Magda.
Right, because if you get 6 to 8, you're just going to go get Curse Mirror, right?
Yeah, you're just like, oh yeah, it's like, okay, I just win here.
You'll pass to your opponent's turn, and then Sculpting Steel the Cursed Mirror, and then you'll have 10 and win the game on your opponent's upkeep. That's the line, and that's like kind of the only time you should be playing dockside is if you can get to that kind of point. Otherwise, you're opening up to win. So, back to the card that is not as good. If you wanted a Buried Ruin and you want like a bad recursion piece, there you go. I don't think this even touches anyone's list.
Notably, I did actually think about this because I was thinking about Scavenging Grounds as a graveyard hate piece that could just play on a land versus actually including something like Soul Guide Lantern or something like that.
Right.
Like I was thinking about more graveyard pieces versus hate pieces versus like Hearse or Grafdigger's Cage, just because if they remove Grafdigger's Cage, they can just go off anyway. But
yeah.
If you just stop the graveyard entirely, which this does, and it's also a little piece of recursion, I don't think it's necessarily embarrassing to run.
Yeah, no, I can see it. Like if you're in a very like having a like whenever you want it. Recursion piece that happens to Bojuka Bog, that's not bad.
No, it doesn't Bojuka Bog. It exiles all graveyards, which is, I mean, if there's 2 or 3 Breach players at the table, which is not the most uncommon thing.
Sure, yeah.
It does have relevant text,
yep.
Which I always look for on cards.
No, absolutely.
Regardless of,
likelihood, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's again not embarrassing. It's one of those cards where I wouldn't bat an eye if it was in someone's deck. I'd just go, oh, that's an interesting choice. Like I can see why you'd run it.
Nope, makes sense. So next is Apple of Eden, Isu Relic. It's a main phase silence, which is not exactly what you want a silence to do. It only does half of what a silence does, and probably not even half. It allows you to use someone's hand send triplet style, which is neat. But target opponent in this day and age is feels like it's close to king making.
It's a third of what the silence does. It's an orange chart on an artifact.
Right, a 4 mana, 4 life, main phase. Like I can keep adding qualifiers for why this card doesn't do what you want it to do. You have to like read the tea leaves and say, okay, this is the time in which I can steal their tutor, right? Like they haven't used their tutor yet, but I know they have it, right? Like this is, it gets kind of in the magical Christmas land where this card just doesn't kind of do nothing because you don't want to do it on the turn. You don't want to activate it on the turn you drop it because you won't have the mana to use any of it. unless you were just using it as a silence. But GPS exists.
This isn't for our deck as good as it is for something like even Sensei, because realistically, if we want access to our opponent's hands, we want to be able to have things within our deck that can potentially win the game with their hand.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
This is
so
this
in
is
the
actually been,
situations, go ahead.
sorry, I just want to point out that I know that this has been tested in some blue farm decks.
Yeah. Everything that
They should
works
be
in meta
pierced.
decks, it works with Blue Farm. They just run all the good stuff.
But because we're not casting things as often, being able to just actively take someone's hand and like force cast win cons or whatever, it's useful, but it's also not. Like, we have answers if we have treasures and stuff to most of the problems on the format.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's a cool card, but it's way better in something like Tameshi.
Oh yeah. All right. Like I think this card is just obviously got tried a couple times and then, it just costs too much for what it does and it doesn't do all that much for us specifically. Smoke bomb. Uh, this is probably one of the better protection pieces we've gotten. It also turns off targeting combos like Amyl Dockside or the bird. Turns off a Nadu turn. That's pretty neat. If you think Nadu's going to pop off and you have ability to manage it on your turn, this could be a very easy tutor target. If you're on Battered Golem lines, and that's the line you're going for, this just works. It's great. You just gotta yeah, you can crew through this, right?
Yeah, you can because
Yes.
crew, yeah, doesn't target.
Tap it.
Crew doesn't target.
Yeah.
It's just an activated ability.
Yeah.
Just
So you
tap as many creatures as you need to crew.
So yeah, if you're not under Null Rod and you're going for the Battered Golem lines, you have Mask Wood and all that good stuff, and a tutor, that's or not tutor, a vehicle. This will let you win, without reprisal, more or less. The
Bomas.
Yeah, right, all right. Um, I mean, it does also give you the like a third of the Sundering spell where you get to attack with one thing when you sack it. It's not a terrible card. It's a decent protection piece. It's a decent disruption piece for the creature combos that ultimately are hard to deal with by other decks. But AC's Smoke Bomb is not like a slam dunk or anything.
I think I should also point out that this can actually, in a very niche situation, stop our combo because if they know we're trying to go for clock on our turn, they can stifle the trigger.
Stifle Wedge trigger.
The sacrifice trigger.
That would be hilarious. I think that's really funny. I don't think they. I mean, I guess Tile ain't good. I mean, I'm here for it. That's funny. If they wanted to make everything have Shroud for the rest of the game, I would say I guess go for it, and hope there's not a Rocco or a Sissay, because that would make the Sissay and the Rocco the big sad. Yeah. Any other thoughts about this? It just seems like it's okay if you really want protection. It's something.
Blanks OBM, which isn't totally nothing.
For 3 mana, it feels like it's almost nothing.
Yeah. If this was 2, I'd be much higher on
Right.
it. Also, the fact that it has flash is good. Again, stopping Nadu. I think if you're going into a blind metagame where you expect a lot of Nadu or Sissay or what's another targeting combo deck? That's the thing. There aren't a ton of those. If those rise in prevalence and popularity, I do think Smoke Bomb gets better. It's one of those cards I think it might age better. It's like Ghostfire Slice. It will age better as time goes on, but
Yeah.
it's just how long is that going to be? realistically.
Any deck that runs a Mule Dog side combos, this shuts off.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, but I was just listing off Sensei as the main one because that is the main one.
Right.
Bruce Thrasios, but even then they've got a win con around it with Kin and Basalt. It's not.
I want to say that this card, if I was considering this card as like a kind of a foil to these kind of big butt combo cards, I'd rather just run another X4 or a 4 damage kill spell than a 3 mana a 3 mana give all creatures shroud, let someone else combo off situation.
You're right. I'd just much rather be running Ghostfire Slice.
I think I agree.
I still run that in my list.
Right.
So,
I think that's how I feel. All right. Let's look back at some cards that we have thought about and have started including again. Stuff that's a little bit older. Yeah. Chaos Warp, Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, Orb of Dreams, Sensei's Divining Top, and Uba Mask. So, Chaos Warp largely is there to provide us some security that we can use either Chaos Warp or Zoyoa's Justice proactively during a game without locking us out of our ability to combo with Dualcaster Mage in the Roaming Throne Dualcaster Mage Lightning Bolt Zoyoa's Justice / Chaos Warp combo. This answers anything. And it also gives us another copy of our combo slot for that outlet after Infinite Treasures. It's good in that situation. It may not be necessary, but insofar that it gives us a better access to that combo, we have basically every part of that combo, aside from Roaming Throne itself, has redundancy, which is a good thing. Any thoughts?
Personally, I've always been really high on this card, but that's because the two players I go to tournaments with are usually playing a version of white stacks, which white and or green stacks, which generally just spells out that if they land a certain enchantment, I can literally do nothing.
Right.
So I always like having a backup. I always like having the ability to deal with something like an Elesh Norn, or deal something with like a Titania Song, or Stony Silence. Yeah, like any of those cards that are highly, highly problematic that we just straight up cannot deal with, especially underneath like a Rule of Law or something akin to that, where it's just like, well, I can't cast 2 spells in a turn to deal with an Elesh Norn who has 7 toughness, which is stupid.
This not for nothing. This also deals with shifting woodlands if there's an oppo in the yard.
That is true.
Yeah.
I just like how extremely versatile this card is. It is just it again does what it says on the tin. It answers anything for 3 mana, which is often good enough. Especially
The reason
if it's
why
to win the game.
The reason why a lot of us were not running it is because of the 3 mana.
Right.
Right. So the ubiquity and being able to remove everything under the sun has always been good, but there is always the slight chance that you give them something that's not a land, right? And if it's a permanent, giving Kinnan that Hullbreaker horror is gonna be a feels bad moment that you don't forget, right?
Yeah.
But realistically, like, the negative confirmation bias on this card, it's few and far between as far as how that affects things, and a lot of times for a lot of decks it just gives you information on what the next spell is on the top of their library. So it's not necessarily all that bad. The other thing that's important about this is that it allows us to do our Dualcaster Mage sort of shenanigans through a Draenith Magistrate, whereas Zoyoa's Justice exile something and then cast. So that doesn't work through Draenith. Sure, you can just remove the Draenith in most post-infinite situations, but not always. So it is something that can come up. The other thing is, like, this can target your own stuff, which is still technically important if you have your own Null Rod or whatever in play that you need to remove. And this also gets through some scenarios where you can't use the ability of Zoyoas as well, because it just puts things into play.
You're right. Yeah, it's always been on the cusp of like, do we need this kind of ubiquity, right? And I think, like I said in the prompt,
This is way better than Wild Magic Surge, because Wild Magic Surge gets them the exact type of thing that you want to remove.
right?
So, like Wild Magic Surge and Zoyoa's Justice and stuff, the downside of those cards don't exist if Granith is in play.
Right.
Or if a Solar Stealer is in play, right?
Yep.
But this card, the downside always technically exists. But realistically, like, the downside on this is a lot less pertinent than if the opponent is able to put their Adnaz into hand from, you know, the Zoyoas or whatever.
Yep.
So it's definitely the least bad chaos effect,
Mm-hmm.
but the mana value was the only thing that was keeping us off of playing it for a long time. Because 1 mana, 2 mana is definitely way better than 3
Yeah.
when you're trying to keep up interaction or multiple pieces of interaction per turn.
Yep.
2 anecdotes. One, the art by Phil Foglio for Chaos Warp is the best. You cannot convince me otherwise. 2, I had a funny anecdote where I was playing Tevish Ishai Man Humility. Someone Chaos Warped my Humility,
Correct.
and it spun right back into a Humility. It was hilarious.
Yep. I've definitely had that happen before. You get exactly what you wanted.
Yeah,
Figure it out.
it's
I'll take it.
again, like, yeah, it's
Hey, you get to cut their deck, so it's your own fault.
Shuffle better, nerd.
that is true.
All right. So, as long as we're like high on the Pinnacle Monk combo, I think this card probably is going to get a slot. If that ever changes, this card's probably one of the first things to go. If we're no longer doing Pinnacle DCM stuff because just something excellent boxes that pretty good combo out. Chaos War probably doesn't deserve its spot, but it's a good package card. Packages. The next couple cards are going to be some mana rock math. Thanks to Zombie Hobbit for doing said math because I'm bad at it. Chromox has gotten better because one, you don't have to imprint if you don't need it for just resetting your clock combo if you need to. But also because of all the MDFCs and the fact we've gone up on like interaction spells and forks. Shout out to Shake. You get higher uptime. Like 40 red cards is like what I think is pretty average, and Chromox plus a red card means it's always going to be on. That's 96.2% on in your opening hand. Chromox plus 2 red cards is still 4 to 5 times, which is still pretty damn high, and having that option is pretty good. It does suck, like when you have like a pyrokinesis in hand, and you only have the one card, and if you play the one card, you may never get another card to pitch to pyrokinesis. Stranding it in hand, that's less of an issue these days. I think we're on more red sources than we were, or red cards than we were. And it just keeps getting better. The more red card lands they give us, the higher this number goes. I think that's really the long and short of it. Anyone have any thoughts or questions about Chromox and how it interacts with our, I guess, card selection these days? All right.
Fast mana is good.
Fast mana good.
That's my only thought. Yeah, fast mana good.
Yeah.
Same thing with our next card.
Diamonds.
Fast mana with upside's good.
Fast mana with a. Well, yeah.
Mox Diamond not as good.
Not as good.
Because you got to discard the lands.
Yeah, it's still justifiable, right? Like, if you're on higher, if you're on the mountains package rather than the MDFC's package, it's gonna be easier. You're gonna have, probably like a 6% difference in ability to cast this at a, actually it's even more than that. The numbers are not fantastic at 2 lands, which once again is kind of where you want to be. You want to have 2 choices to what to pitch in your opening hand, so that you can like make decisions. And 2/3 of the time on the mountains package, you're gonna have roughly 2/3, and slightly over a half with 24, which doesn't feel like that big of a difference, but it's still 10% is still something. It's a lot bigger with like the 1 land percentage. You're at a lot higher chance to get a pitchable land. Like it's almost 20%.
Yeah, I mean it's still fast mana, but it doesn't have the floor is lower for like something like Chrome Mox,
Yeah.
right? Because specifically of the scenario that you presented, you can't even play this and then with the sacrifice trigger on the stack, use it to reset your clock combo, because it's an as it enters the battlefield ability.
Yep.
And if you don't, it just goes straight from your hand to the graveyard.
Yeah, replace
so I mean,
the
it's
effect.
yeah, it's definitely a defendable choice, especially if you're you really want to play that Orb of Dreams or that Blood Moon or that whatever the stacks piece may be on turn 1 or turn 2. But we have so much overlap and redundancy that in most lists, generally speaking, you don't need to play Mox Diamond.
Right. And I would say that if you look at the numbers, they're kind of mirrored.
Yeah, I mean, if and the other thing that we don't typically talk about a lot, if you have an extra $600 to $700 burning a hole in your pocket, and you want to buy a Mox Diamond and play it, it's a perfectly defensible choice. But there is a strictly cheaper option that functions mostly the same way, and kind of has diminishing returns on multiple copies, i.e. Chrome Mox versus Mox Diamond.
Gotcha.
Chrome Mox does essentially the same thing, and it costs $70 instead of $700.
Do these numbers reflect the odds of having a land and an MDFC? That would technically be 2
No.
lands.
So basically, the 28 land package is
including the MDFCs,
Yeah.
technically.
What?
Okay.
I got the math the number wrong here. It's 25 lands.
Huh? No, it's 24 for 27 lists. You got it correct.
20. How many MDFCs are there? 3?
Yep.
Then why is the difference 4?
You may have used a 28 land count versus the 27 land count.
Okay.
Because most of the decks that are on 27 lands are guaranteed on the MDFCs. But 28 lands are more likely to be on less of them.
I just feel like there's something to be said for the average Magda pilot not realistically being able to afford a Mox Diamond with it air quotes being a budget list in the CEDH world.
Yeah, and I think it's just a worse card in general. It's like they're flipped. Chrome Mox is better if you're on the if you're on the
Can you
MDFCs.
click on Chrome Mox again?
Yeah.
So Chrome Mox and 1 red card is 96, and 2 red cards is 78.7. So if you go back to Mox Diamond, 78.7 is on 24 lands, 96.2 is on 28 lands. But the problem with this is that there are too few scenarios where you're going to have like Mox Diamond plus your Mana Crypt plus a red source plus another land. Right? Where these sort of scenarios are almost magical Christmas land as far as like your acceleration goes.
Yeah, they're really explosive plays.
In a lot of the situations, you're going to end up with like Mox Diamond, maybe have a Soul Ring in 2 lands, and realistically, pitching a land to Mox Diamond when you have a Soul Ring in hand doesn't do a whole lot for you. As far as your early game plays, unless you specifically need to cast something big,
Yep.
or you specifically need to cast or hold up enough mana for something like a Chaos Mark.
And they're
So,
better.
like,
Oh god.
the other thing is removing a land from your deck when we are very low on lands in general is not usually where we want to be, since Magda gets killed so many times.
Yep.
Giving the opportunity for someone to remove our Mox Diamond is a lot more common than it is for our lands, because things like what's the black green ritual?
Culling Ritual.
Yep.
Culling Ritual. That is more prevalent, and
Yep.
it's
And
not a fun scenario.
Nope.
you used to see a lot more Magda lists, air quotes, back in the day, like a year ago or something, or 2 years ago, running like every Mox they could get their hands on, because one of the plans of the deck was to try and go like turn 1 Chalice. We don't like the deck has kind of evolved to the point where like we've got Vexing Bauble on 1 if it comes up, but like accelerating that land count, or like accelerating our mana to that point that has diminishing returns.
Yep.
And it's not really what the deck wants to do. The deck wants to slow the game down so that it can just make its land drops naturally, progress itself, and it's not uncommon to cast Magda 2 or 3 times during a game.
Yeah.
Like nothing is worse than a Magda that's died twice and you have 5 mana. You know what I mean? It's like it's rough.
Yeah.
But it just
We have just
Mox
enough
Diamond.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Mox Diamond falls in the same category as Mishra's Workshop in my head.
And I think Mishra's Workshop
Right,
is slightly better,
like-
personally. Because Mishra's Workshop on its
Sure,
own will
but you don't
cast-
see
I agree.
yeah, but you don't see it in 95% of Magda lists
Right.
just because it's cost prohibitive. Like if you have one, great, play it. But I'm never gonna tell someone to go out and spend that much money on a card because it's not gonna make the deck that much better.
Right, I would agree. It just depends on like how heavily you get on the 4 and 3 mana, like turn 1 backbreaker pieces, and we are on a moderate amount of those right now, not an insane amount of those right now.
Yeah, I'd say most of our stacks pieces lie between
2 and 3.
It's like 2, yeah, between angle wires and all the sphere effects and stuff like that. That's all sitting at 2 for the most part. Torpor
Yeah.
Orb. Vexing Bauble is really our only 1, for example.
Yeah.
Graph.
We got Orb.
After
We've
your
got Orb on
Cage
3.
Pit, so, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
some people
Yeah.
want Orb. I've got thoughts on Orb, but
okay.
Orb's
I know
so
mine
good.
are-
Well, that's good. 'Cause that's where
I
we're
know.
going.
I know my thoughts aren't the most popular about Orb, but we can continue.
I mean,
Frappuccino, fight me. Go. No, I'm joking.
Orb?
Go ahead,
Okay, no.
no, I
Let-
Talk
let-
about
let Drew
Orb.
finish, let him
finish,
Talk
let him
about
finish.
Orb, and then I will. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll give my thoughts after.
So, this kind of we like orbs in these in this community. We ponder the orbs. We
Smooth
like
brain, smooth ball.
smooth ball, exactly. Yeah, we do enjoy ourselves an early game stacks piece that turns off every single deck in the format. That's why we like our null rods. That's why we like our moon effects. And this is just another version that doesn't do what Uba Mask did, which we will talk about in a little bit. It just allows us to pull drop a rock on everyone's head and say, you guys are stuck, I'm going to inch forward, and eventually I'm going to cross that finish line. Sho, you have a more probably cerebral way of describing it, so I'm going to let you go.
What do you mean by that?
Like of why you justify Orb
You have
of
more
Dreams.
technical thoughts. You have more technical thoughts.
So, I've had a lot of experience playing with this card. And when you're playing it in the first 2 turns of the game, especially because almost every deck in the format, outside of a few, are on a lot of fetch lands, being able to play this early and just being like, hey, you don't get mana for 2 turns. at the minimum. Because even if they're able to play their 0-mana rock, they're not tapping it that turn anyway. So they don't get access to their mana, they get access to some mana via 0-mana rocks, but that's kind of it. And this also shuts down some lines like Dockside. It shuts down Kiki Jiki stuff.
Meal loops.
It can shut down Emil stuff. It can shut down a lot of things that require untapped creatures, like even some loops in Azami, as an example.
It actually does turn off Kaibar loops, the Kaibar loops with Sensei, because the creature
Yes.
enters tapped.
So there's a lot of upside. The downside to this is that it slows our game plan down, but in a realistic sense, probably 60% of our hands are played on curve. So when you are actively not trying to push ahead as far as like accelerating into a potential turn 3, turn 4 win attempt, this just presents a board state that your opponents need to deal with. Also, with the prevalence of turbo decks coming back in the format, and Rogsai getting a second wind, this makes it so that Rogsai essentially can't win the game until like turn 5 or 6. So it basically shuts down all turbo strategies in a similar way that some of our other stack pieces could, like a Trinosphere, while still giving access to free interaction from our opponents if necessary, if someone decides that they want to or can present a win through this. And that's a big difference to me.
And one of the biggest factors for me is that, like, in a format where people are trying to like where the typical win happens on turn 3 to 4 in most games, i.e. 4 complete rounds of turn cycles. Like, everyone's drawn, 4 cards, whatever. Adding essentially doubling that amount to where like CD like most decks can't present a under an Orb of Dreams, especially on turn 1. Most decks in the format, even the fastest decks in the format in a typical case scenario, will not be able to win the game until turn 6 or 7. It's just a backbreaking piece that has to be removed. It pseudo draws us cards with Magda, because if no one can do anything, we're just stocking up our hand to be able to be explosive whenever it gets removed, if we don't remove it ourselves.
Yeah.
Because you can play like a grinding station and then like the next turn be able to break parity on it whenever you want. Things of that nature. Orb of Dreams is everything that Winter Moon isn't. Meaning that like it comes down, it's absolutely backbreaking, and it's backbreaking across the board. The only scenario where like it's not nearly as backbreaking, like the only way that I as a Clam Chowder player have been able to break parity on Winter Orb is with Derevi and combat untap steps. But that's one card out of 99, and like worst case scenario, this eats an artifact removal spell. And then that Abrade isn't gonna hit our Portal to Phyrexia or our Clock of Omens.
This also triggers thinking in opponents of player removal, because every time I've dropped this, I've attracted all the hate.
So that
it definitely pins a thing on your back. But go ahead.
It does, but also it's relatively decent as far as a political tool, because you then get to be like, hey, it requires an extra 10 treasures for me to win on top of my own stacks piece. So I'm put in a situation where I need to hold up or potentially hold up my activations to present other people or to stop other people from winning the game.
Yep.
So
and it also feels bad.
It does. This card is very good at getting draws, which may or may not be the thing that you're looking for. But it's also something that, because of the challenges that it gives, you can sort of basically be like, hey, you have one action that you can take this turn. take it and move on. It's very similar to a mono red rule of law in a way.
Yep.
Um,
And your opponents aren't gonna want to remove it. Like you think like they do, but like they're either gonna have to waste their entire turn and remove it at sorcery speed
Right.
to potentially try and go off. But like in the back of their heads, and this is something that you should frequently remind your opponents of when you have this card in play, is, hey, you're gonna unlock everyone behind you in
Right.
turn order.
It's like Null Rod.
it's also something where you can be like, hey, this is on the board. If someone is trying to remove it, they're attempting to win the game. Just counter their fucking Chain of Vapor. Like,
Right.
Right.
It-
You can use it as a very good political tool, and like
Yeah.
you can break parity with it with Grinding Station, Goblin Welder, Goblin Engineer if you're on Engineer, or other way around because you should be on Engineer all the time. But if you're on Welder as well, you can you can weld it in and out on your opponent's instep so that like it doesn't affect you, and then on your instep weld it back in or Engineer it back in. Like it's. There's a lot of versatility in the card,
All right.
and it's one of those things where, as soon as I read the card, I didn't know it existed. As soon as I read the card, I was like, oh no,
Right.
no, this is a problem, and it's absolutely backbreaking to me as a Sensei player. Like it shuts down all the creature combo decks. It shuts down, I would say, every win con in the format short of Thassa's Oracle Demonic Consultation. So like it's just really good. Like if there was a card that I would argue for why you should buy a workshop, it's to be able to turn one this thing. It's great.
All right, time for the contrarian opinion.
Okay.
Go on.
I am not a fan of this card.
Okay.
I'm personally a player that likes to find my windows very quickly and reliably take them. Because with this, it demands you have Grinding Station. It demands you have, like what Sho said, 10 extra treasures, which is definitely not insignificant. This is why I don't run Null Rod. I like Karn in that case because it just allows me to say, okay, I have a window, I'm taking it immediately and trying to win the game. Versus trying to just slow down the game to a crawl and winning, because sometimes we don't win those games. We don't have these, like, we don't have Chroms that can just actually just deal a lot of commander damage really fast, actually. Or, like, you know, something other than that. It's, in my opinion, it also requires you to run Grinding Station, which I know it has some
It's not
marginal
required.
differences.
I will say that it's not required. The only time that Grinding Station is necessary is if you are under your own Grafdigger's Cage.
Yeah, our primary plan with Orb of Dreams isn't to try and welder it out. Like it's a nice synergy.
I know it's to slow down the game.
Well, we're just here. We're just here for
get
it. Yeah, we
But
just play it until someone else removes it.
Again, I'm still not a fan. I'd much rather just, if I see a window of opportunity, and if Orb of Dreams is not out and people aren't removing it, it feels kind of bad. And I look, I'm just not a fan of it. It's why I don't run Null Rod on my deck, because if I see an opportunity, I want to take it first. I want to be the first person doing that, because the interaction against us is very limited, outside of creature removal or opposition agent, and that's pretty much it. I'm just not a fan of this card. And
Okay, so you like options, and you feel
Yeah.
like Orb of Dreams restricts your options a lot.
exactly.
Right, but
that's
I
what I feel like.
how is it necessarily like? All right, so with Magda specifically, like in our deck, I don't think we mind it nearly as much as everyone else does, because we're not trying to like do like super fast combo stuff, right? We're not the turbo version of Magda. So like
You're
we're fine
right.
with like a land ET being tapped. Like it doesn't really hinder us as much as I believe you think it does.
I know, like I don't mind sitting on my haunches either, but again, I'd much rather just take my opportunity to win the game. And if Orb of Dreams is out, that just takes longer.
Yeah, it
and
does.
the window can shrink.
The window
Sure,
can
yeah,
It
shrink.
becomes not a window.
The problem is the type of windows that you're talking about in very high level play are few and far between.
Yep.
So, like, you have to present ways to create windows of opportunity for yourself, which are a lot harder when you're not running things like Orb of Dreams, when you're not running things like Null Rod. Like, in your argument for not wanting to, stall out the board state or whatever, having Null Rod in play and people being like, okay, I'm going to play my dockside because inevitably it's going to get Chain Vapored by the person that's going to attempt to win. You have a window of opportunity between then when the Null Rod gets played and when the treasures come down to be able to use your own dockside or be able to copy it with a cursed mirror, which you can still get with an activation, to put yourself in a position to have the 10 treasures you need to go and win the game from there. Like, it's a lot easier to win through our own Null Rod than it is to win through Orb of Dreams, technically, but at the same time, it produces the same sort of windows where our opponents are going to play dockside or other things that will produce treasures because, well, treasures are going to come in tap.
Yep.
And it gives you the opportunity to take advantage of that. So there are still windows presented, and those windows will be presented in every game where dockside's present, because people aren't just going to sit on dockside because they fear the Magda player being able to win the game in most scenarios.
So his argument is not coming from a logical place. It's his personal stuff.
Yeah, it's much more feeling. And
there's not going to be an argument that you can that any of us can make here that is going to make him change his mind.
I disagree.
Yeah,
I disagree with that.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that what windows you feel comfortable regularly going through may be more of like a qualia kind of thing other than something super qualitative, but it is certainly identifiable and something that being comfortable choosing is effectively a variable you have to, choosing to go for it or being comfortable operating within these windows is something that you have to work through as a pilot, choosing the way you want to play your deck, and it's not logical. It's just very hard to quantify.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I'm definitely on the faster side of mid-range decks. Like I don't like running the rituals and whatever. I think they're draws, and so this is why I only run the Sphere, Thorn, and Damping Sphere GPS as my Vexing Bauble as my main stacks pieces, because I want to try to present a win earlier than some of my opponents are ready to deal with Magda, rather than sit back, accrue advantage, and stuff like that. Because in my personal experience, I've lost games just because I've slowed down the game too much. Someone gets enough mana to overload a Rift, and I don't have an interaction piece in hand because we don't draw cards as well.
Yes,
nor have the quality of interaction to deal with a Rift plus counterspell or something like that. And it's just it's just my playstyle I'm comfortable with. And Orb of Dreams does not work well on the faster side of things, which is what I prefer.
So your argument is not Orb of Dreams is bad. Your argument is my playstyle conflicts with me wanting to play Orb of Dreams.
Exactly.
Right, and that's what I mean generally by, and I know this is going to get taken the wrong way. I'm just going to kind of preemptively say, I am not trying to be insulting when I say this. The logic that you are applying to this is non-existent because it is based off of feelings which do not exist in a logical sense. There's no way to quantify why Orb of Dreams is bad in that scenario.
It's so much easier to say. It's just a vibes thing, guys. No need to. It's all good.
It doesn't pass the vibes check.
So
I get it. That's your opinion.
The difference between this and Null Rod, right, is in the decks that are turbo stacks that need their vehicles to present those earlier wins, Null Rod shuts that down.
Yep.
So that's the logic there is perfectly fine.
Yep.
I will make a comment about Orb of Dreams. I've been playtesting it for the last 3 weeks or so, and I will say that the way the meta sits currently, every time I have resolved this card, I have not felt bad about it.
Yep.
I tend to lean more on the stack side of everything. For those of you that know me, For those of you that don't, I'm Buddha. I like building stack
Yeah.
stacks.
My boy.
This card provides such an impact against the top 3 decks right now that are being played. I'm not saying they're the best decks in the format. The top 3 decks that are being played, this card is so clutch. I watched a Nadu deck last night in our competitive tournament not be able to play the game because of this card. They were just so far behind, and Nadu likes being able to play on turn 2 and 3 and start to combo off and get their pieces together. But if you're seat 1 with Magda, of course it's going to feel amazing if you can turn 1 this Orb of Dreams. But every turn after that, this card just provides, like Sho was saying, so many new windows for you to be able to pop off where you normally wouldn't be able to.
Yeah,
And this whole discussion kind of poses a discussion that I feel like we need to have as a panel. There is a generalized consensus that the turbo version of this deck is worse than these mid-range stacks version.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I believe it's just a road less traveled, to be honest.
Or a playstyle choice, because I've seen... Sorry.
Go ahead, sorry. No, it's fine. I just want to say real quick that so the best the best version of a deck, and this is what I struggle with. It's not an opinion. Right, we have tournament results that are quantifiable.
Yeah.
There is a de facto hard facts best archetype of Magda.
Yep, and that's not the version that plays Orb of Dreams.
No, it's not. Okay, so let me get into this because I've studied all the CDH EDH up 16 lists.
Yes.
So the decks that play I'm going to say like a faster tempo-y style that makes their own window fairly quickly. Those are the ones that have won in the last. Those are the ones that have won more in the last 4 months.
Okay, so the turbo tempo version of the deck is better.
No.
In tournament play.
No, like this is the problem. I think the quantification of better is so context dependent that it almost nullifies the entire point of the question. And that's what I want to get at, is that this deck plays better when our opponents don't know what it is. Diversity within the builds of this deck is a strength. Right. The best version of this deck is the one where your components are confused about what is in it. And that does not happen if the popularizers of the deck walk around saying this is the best version of the deck, play this, which is why whenever I try to give advice as a deck builder, I am not trying to tell people what the best version of the deck is, because I don't think that's the right question to ask. One, because I think people need to live in their vibes a little bit more than this is the best version. Like with Fappuccino, I think if the faster tempo-y version of the deck works better for him and that's what he's more comfortable with, I want him to play that, because him playing his version and me playing my version means that people are going to be more confused about what's in both of our decks, and that is very, very valuable. Right. It was what was happening with Sensei about 9 months ago, before there was a big convergence on what the Planeswalker version looks like and then what the Clam Chowder version looked like. But the fact that the Clam Chowder version and the Planeswalker version exist means that every single pod has to worry about 2 different decks at the same time, and that is a super.
I have to agree.
I feel like yeah, and that's good. But from what the context that I am coming from is yes, that is very true. But I feel like in an attempt to be how do I put this? In an attempt to be as welcoming as we absolutely can be, and being open to okay, there is no best deck, and sorry about that. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you, buddy. Yeah. It's not a welcoming. Hello? It's not a welcoming thing. I'm literally establishing that EV comes from the diversity in the deck building of the community. Oh yeah, you're gone, bud.
Yep.
Yeah.
In diversity lies strength, basically.
Yeah,
I
But
think.
sorry.
If our opponents can count every single screwdriver in our toolbox and they know exactly that we have, a flathead, a Phillips, and a monkey wrench, and that's all we ever have because our toolbox is finite and designed for a very specific purpose, they can plan around that. But if they don't know about the Allen wrench and they don't know about the angle grinder and they don't know about the funky Orb of Dreams, we're gonna get them, and we're gonna continue getting them. And that's why Magda is such a fucking powerhouse, is because sometimes someone shows up with a grinding station and no one knew that card was in the list anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think I also want to point out that the deck being what it is, I think All of Dreams actually plays into the strength of the deck more than Uba Mask, because the fact is that we are an inevitability engine, or a wingin, as what Lamora called it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and All of Dreams plays into that playstyle where and one of the reasons why I think Turbo Tempo actually works is because if you successfully tempo out your opponents to slow them down, and it slows them down enough that we get to the point where we just win, and I think this card actually supports that.
I agree with that, but it also, you have to want to play that game style, right? You can't
Yeah.
it can't
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
good if you don't feel good playing that. If you are stressed out that you are moving at a snail's pace, like, that'll never work for you. You'll never be confident in making your own windows into those situations.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I came to you guys for the forging was because I've always been more focused on the turbo version of it. But I found that lately, because my meter is so small, everyone knows I'm trying to win fast, so I'm trying to pivot. So this is where the brewer's advantage comes in, like what you said.
So what Drew was saying about earlier, it depends on vibes. Whenever I give advice or whenever people ask me for advice, I always ask this question first: what are you trying to do?
Mhm.
Like, if people are tuning up their decks, I ask, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to slow down the game? Are you trying to be more tempo? Are you trying to be faster? Because that will indicate what cards I will suggest for people to run.
Exactly.
And if you have if you're like everywhere, if you're a little bit of everything, it puts strain on your deck list to where you can't reliably do one thing. You're trying to do everything, and that doesn't necessarily work out in people's favors most times. It's having a clear, concise game plan. So having asking the question, what are you trying to do, is, I think, one of the most important things of Magda deck building. And the question becomes, do you want to slow down the game, like with Orb of Dreams, to a snail's pace, or do you want to try and speed things up and not run Orb of Dreams?
Yeah.
On that note, when you say that we are slowing the game down to a snail's pace, here is something coming from a very prolific stacks player. I play stacks in a ton of different formats. Slowing the game down to a snail's pace in Magda is actually more beneficial than you might think. We talked about windows. Drew happened to bring it up when we were talking about it just a little bit earlier. When you slow the game down to a snail's pace in a format where going slow is not the objective of the game, it creates so many opportunities for you in Magda to win the game. And the reason why I brought up my original comment is every time I slow the game down with this card or have resolved this card, it feels insanely better than not having it at all. Like, I don't know how to like better describe this. Magda itself is quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Insanely fast. But the benefit is under slowdown pieces, she is just as fast in comparison to other decks that are crippled by this effect. You know?
Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Like, this is why I want to get my sphere of resistance altered to be the demon core.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I'm planning on that. But like, again, this is much more of a vibe check. Like,
Yeah, no.
and I don't necessarily vibe.
yeah.
Like, I'm much more of a. I'd much rather be the proactive player in
Sure.
most of my games. I'd much rather become a problem rather than let my opponents become the problem and not have the proper interaction to deal with that. Because, as again, we're mono red. We don't have the best counter spells. We don't have inherently the best removal. We don't have we don't have like all the necessary toolboxes or the effects like multicolored decks do. We are more, I won't even say limited, but our toolbox space is trying to think of how to put this. We are not as well equipped in some situations to deal with everything like a 3 or 4 color deck or even 5 color can deal with, because we don't have the best stack interaction,
Yep.
for example.
Correct. We don't want to be the table police of the 3v1 just with our stacks pieces.
Yeah,
And I think that, playing stacks isn't bad, but there's a reason why stacks don't function in the meta much anymore. The fact that time limits are a thing.
Yep.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so sometimes slowing the game down to a snail's pace will require you to be very vigilant and call the judge for slow play at any moment.
Very true.
yeah. So again, I think Orb of Dreams is much more of a, do you want the game to, do you want to slow down the game, or do you want to be a more proactive player like, for example, I am.
Yeah, I think I
And
agree.
it boils down to that. Just
Yeah.
what do you want to do in the game?
It's definitely play style. So the information that we just received from the slow play, right?
Yeah.
Slow play is obviously a big impact for keeping games within limits. Once you realize how to keep a pace that is cohesive for this style of gameplay, it's kind of like not mattering at that point. You have to manage it yourself, because you are the person creating it. If we're talking about Orb of Dreams here, I feel like if you're playing stacks pieces, you need to know that as a inherent value, right? Okay, I am slowing the game down. I need to make sure our processes are going as smooth as possible. We don't have someone sitting and thinking for 10 minutes. We try to keep things at a rapid pace.
Yeah.
But
Tell
that's
people-
that's just
tell people you
something
can
that
think
you're
on
gonna
your
get.
turns.
Do what? Yeah.
Tell people you can start thinking on your other people's
No,
turns.
absolutely.
You have
Yeah.
one game action per turn.
Right.
Yeah.
Think on someone else's turn.
Right.
Right. I think we've plumbed the depths of the of this playing slow and the Orb of Dreams conversation, and I want to jump ahead to Uba Mask because it's kind of a sister conversation to this one we're having right now, because it's a card that we were very high on initially, and then people started
Playing it.
compensating. Yeah, and Blue Farm started compensating bluntly. They say, "Oh, people can't play cards from exile, right? Let's make that happen." And then they'd go tutor for their Draneth, and you would end up losing the game because now only one player can play the game.
And it depends on the meta, but Draneth is really big where I am.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we thought Draneth was going out of the meta a little bit, and in the blind meta online it isn't, but in the tournament meta it is, and that's the problem.
is.
It is only in a couple decks though.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
Blue
the
Farm's
thing.
hard to run Draneth anymore, but any deck that's adjacent to Blue Farm, like Timna Thrasios or even Timna Bruce, they're gonna Thrasios Bruce, sorry, they're gonna run it.
Or Tivit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
or
Prime
Tivit,
example.
or, yeah.
Any slower Esprit color decks will tend to run something like
Yeah.
Draneth or something like that. So it's
And even then, not every blue farm deck is trying to play Rogsai, right?
yeah.
They're not
It's not trying to play
all-
Rogside White.
they're not they're all not playing that I need to go as fast as humanly possible and cut whatever cards I can to accomplish that goal. Like some of them just see the value in Draneth and are like, cool, I'm just gonna keep this anyway.
I agree. I in my current meta for our CDH groups in my LGS, Dranith is still a very present card. It's just because the affordability window for Dranith is there. It's not an expensive card. And people are seeing the value in this is a 2-drop that impacts the game in some way, shape, or form that I can include because of budget reasons. Even though, we are CDH players at heart and we have 100% proxy friendly in most situations. It still revolves back to this is a stacks piece that impacts CDH gameplay at a core level. Right. It at its worst, it stops people from playing commanders, right?
Yeah.
So that inherently makes it an include for some lists and
Yeah.
keeping it in for some lists,
Yeah.
So I think that we can't ever say that Dranith is going to fall off, for the most part. It will see play in some decks no matter what, because it is a slot that stops people from playing commanders. But in the situation with Uba Mask, I have to agree with Drew. Blue Farm players were immediately going for Dranith and getting it and made Uba Mask just feel extremely like a prison. And I'm for that, but I'm not for it when we're trying to accrue value off of Uba Mask,
Yeah, you go from the warden to the prisoner real fast.
Correct. Yeah.
It's entirely based on do they have a tutor in hand at the moment, and if they do, you're screwed. And if they don't, you get value for a couple turns, and then they have a tutor, and then you're locked out of the game. So
Right.
you have a very small window of opportunity that usually doesn't present a chance to win in the experience that I had playing with the card.
So in the sister conversation that we were having with Orb of Dreams, I feel like your windows of opportunity with Orb of Dreams are going to be more vast than with Uba Mask.
Right? I believe you're absolutely correct. And I was never even on Uba Mask to begin with because it was just I didn't see it as I understand the value in it. Shutting off heuristic studies, mystic remoras, draw engines, shutting off bowmasters, stuff like that. It's all relevant, but I just didn't find myself wanting to play a 4-mana card like this.
Yeah.
I tend to agree. Me and Drew had a very extended conversation about Uba Mask on a couple of different occasions, and when Show brought up the fact of Dranith Magistrate when we were originally talking about this, it kind of locked it in my mind that I don't want to play this card. And this is coming from a person that loves all stacks pieces.
Right.
I'm a big fan. Uba Mask is great, but I feel like if a person has an answer like Dranith to this, it feels really bad. Really bad.
Yeah. Is it the ubiquity of Dranith Magistrate, and with White rising in popularity over the past few years, it feels like if this was before Dranith Magistrate's printing, although Magda wasn't around back then, but let's just say Magda was printed before Dranith Magistrate, I think this would be an easy include. But now, with Dranith Magistrate, even with Dranith Magistrate, fading in popularity slightly. We go slightly here because it's not, obviously, people still play it.
Yeah, we still have niche players that play it, and the Japanese circuit is including it. If you keep up with any of them, I do because we see a lot of really strange cards, but they are still on Dranith, and I take the Japanese circuit as a good mix of budget, like our regular casual games, and CDH, because they play things that are affordable, right? They don't have access to as many cards as we do, aside from buying cards online.
Yeah.
And they try to keep everything in their decks real over there. So when you see cards like Dranith still seeing popularity there, I still feel like it may be impactful here.
Yeah. I view it's like an East versus West thing.
Right.
In many different games, Magic included, there is just a different philosophy of dealing with stuff, even between regions. There's a different philosophy in deck building or play style, stuff like that. It's like we saw that Corvold, no ad nause, but was running like Light from the Loam and Azusa, for example,
Right.
as advantage pieces. Like it comes down to they have a different philosophy in what they want to do over there. Which,
Right.
not
One of the
saying
things
wrong,
that they
like, it's
do is
different.
they also want to prevent cards from becoming meta.
Right.
So the
big
conversation that Buddha and I had the other day about the Japanese scene is that they're now in decks that might not have normally included them are including things like was it Final Showdown?
Final Showdown, Toxic Deluge, all of these like niche cards that we used to see a long time ago when the format was first getting its legs. Not Final Showdown in particular, but like Toxic Deluge, cards that don't target, that cause removal, are starting to see more play in Japan because of Nadu, and they are trying to prevent Nadu from becoming an issue, right?
And they're
Yeah.
smart. It's
There's
why I still like Delayed Blast Fireball, and I've noticed some
So
some decks cut it, but
the
that's
coolest tech that I've taken from Japan in the last 6 months, um, it's not inherently for red players, but Dark Blast from original Ravnica. One black target creature gets -1/-1, and it has Dredge 3. Do you know why the Japanese circuit is running this in almost every blacklist there is currently? Bowmasters. Because it kills Bowmasters, you can recur it without drawing cards and do it again. So like finding these niche things in this format that is ever expanding is really cool in my opinion, and that's why I tend to keep up with them, because they find budget ways to deal with meta decks that we're having problems with over here, you know.
You had me at Dark Blast.
I love
Oh,
Dark
yeah.
Blast so much. All right.
Yeah, it's a great card.
We have
I
one.
think that I want to point out as well that the Japanese meta is the way it is because I could be wrong here, but what I heard is that they don't award points for draws, so everyone's just trying to win.
Yes.
Correct. And they're also trying to beat the best deck because a lot of tournaments have that funny King of the Hill thing going on.
Yep, we don't have Swiss brackets over in Japan, which is interesting to me.
Yeah, they have. I've seen a couple tournaments
it's
where.
all elimination, right?
What's that?
Yeah.
It's all just elimination.
Yeah, it's elimination brackets, which is pretty interesting.
It's terrifying, honestly. I like.
Oh yeah.
There's so much variance in Commander. I'm just like, fuck me, double elimination. That sucks. All right. Last thing I want to talk about is before we move on to the cards looking forward, of which there are a few. Let me delete this slide because we don't have any more cards to add. Is Sensei's top. Russ was on this for a bit. It was kind of a power balance combo card. I know he still might be on Sensei's because he thinks it's better than it's still good enough to run because it fixes draws, and it does smooth you out. It does get you your second land, which is nice, or your first land sometimes. If you're on like if you get a crypt and then this, you can definitely get your first land. But I don't have a whole lot of thoughts about it other than it kind of falls into the category of strategies we're no longer really investing in, therefore not really worth the slot. Not that it's not like a generically good card, because obviously Sensei's top is one of the greatest cards of all time. Right.
It's been banned in Legacy for a reason.
Right.
And Modern.
Right. Yeah. It's a very good card, and it also is CBT in terms of in terms of how.
Yeah, you can eat up a lot of time equity with this card.
Right. It's
Absolutely.
like it's an entire four of in those environments. So you see it a lot.
I'm glad that it's here, but it is, as you said, a very large time sink. There are many conversations you can have about this card. I have to agree with Drew. I don't feel like we are putting a lot of equity into it as far as what the deck is trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not Rust is running it is personal preference at that point. But I cut it because Powerbalance was not doing what I wanted it to do.
Right. We already talked about that. I don't know, you weren't here. Were you here for that?
Yeah,
part?
I'm sorry. No, I was not. I'm sorry about
you're
that.
you're totally fine. I just want to let you know. Yeah, we came to the same conclusions. Just basically covered all that. And Sensei is kind of an extension because I think Sensei was more the croutons in the salad, and we kind of ditched the salad. So can we just eat a sandwich?
Yeah.
Also, notably, I think if you're running Sensei's top, it is a great Urza Saga target.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Right.
It's probably, if you're not going for the win by getting Universal Automaton or Springleaf Drum or Soul Ring, I think this is like the best Saga target.
I don't know, man.
Cage.
Cage, yeah.
For those on Grafdigger's Cage. Okay.
Cage and Vexing Bauble seem like.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Vexing Bauble.
Yeah,
Vexing Bauble's insane.
Vexing Bauble's cracked. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
But like if you are on top, Saga this is a good Saga hit.
It's just I think they keep printing good 1-mana like hate pieces. I don't see how I'm gonna ever add a value piece.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's much else to say about top other than it's kind of mid in our decks. It can be better in places that can run power counterbalance. Because counterbalances, I think we've come to the conclusion that it's a lot better to 0 for 1 your opponent than it is to 1 for 1 your opponent. I think that's probably a truthism that people can get behind. And that's kind of how counterbalance operates. And so top just kind of works better there in decks that actively get use out of their top deck or manipulating their top deck. Let's move on to cards that don't exist yet. We only have a couple. Surprisingly, I was not expecting Bloomburrow to have so many fucking heavy hitters.
Oh my god!
Just like Bobs come in pairs now.
WotC has blessed us.
I know a double a
Harvester's disgusting.
Yeah, we'll talk about Harvester. I want to talk generally about the set for a second. Like we got another 2-mana clone for Dockside. Specifically one that you cost 2 mana for the 2 mana creatures. What else have we got?
You're casting the creature.
What?
You're basically casting the creature, except that it has blue.
Right. And they've given us like a Wedge and Shard commander for at 3 mana. Like the entire 10 card series is like a set of 3 mana commanders, which is I guess kind of sad in a post Jeweled Lotus world where it doesn't do anything for us. But the fact that they're all 3 mana means that if they are kind of good cards, like the Jeskai, Zinnia is phenomenal, and I think that Balin the bunny is phenomenal too.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, like we've just got and Glub the fool, very cool.
Yep.
Might be.
It's me.
I like the Surveil frog as well.
Yeah, like that. That has potential as well.
Yeah, all of these 3 mana dudes
Sorry.
is good.
Yeah. And I like the fact that they kept inherently good stats, like for curve.
Right. You're paying 3 mana, you should get slightly above average stats, and you should get a decent amount of text. And all of these have, and because they're only 3 mana, if they're good for their rate, they will be played. Right. You don't need something as broken as Tivit if it's only 3 mana.
Right.
And so now we move on to the dwarf.
Mulligan.
The one dwarf in the set. And, ooh boy.
Oh, boyo.
Metal squirrel.
So, yeah, we got a dwarf squirrel. I was hoping for a dwarf hamster just for a bit. Yeah, no, they gave us elixir on a robot dwarf, guys. If you haven't seen it, you've seen it now, and this replaces elixir in every list that runs it, or should, more or less. There is some quibbles on whether it being a creature and not being fetchable through Grass Cage is reasonable, but it's a safer elixir. It is. You can put more activations on the stack in response to Grave Hate that is targeted or on a trigger, to then shuffle it back into your library. They don't even get a window to remove the stuff from your library anymore because you can just put more activations of Barkform Harvester on the stack. It is phenomenal.
I feel like the activation
without clock
rate,
of omens is the important part.
Without clock of omens.
Without clock, I have to say that this fills the same activation and feels good as Mirror of the Forebears did. We run the card because you can activate it multiple times, and this just feels like it fits that slot very well in comparison to doing an elixir.
It does, but the problem is that you can't get this through Cage, right? And the reason
that's very true.
The reason we run Mirror and Torque for those of us that do is because it is another. You can use Torque aggressively or make Mirror the Forebears your Robo Dwarf, and have a backup option if you need to tutor something to make something an Artifact Dwarf, right? And that's valuable to have that redundancy.
Helping Steel as well.
Well, you have to have a Robo Dwarf first.
Yeah.
But yeah, Steel obviously does do it too. It's a changeling. It has a 3-butt, which is the best that we have right now, aside from Roaming Throne.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Roaming Throne also has Ward too, so that's like it makes it even better. But Roaming Throne was easily the best card Magnus ever gotten. So
right. This is pretty close though. Like this is like.
I know this is like.
This
cuts 2 cards from my deck,
right?
Which is kind of wild.
If you're not on Elixir, you still find a spot for this and get your Elixir. So the people that like me and Show, like we've gone through ups and downs and like agonizing over whether we want to run Spine and Elixir or Apple and Elixir. Do we need Elixir at all anymore? Now we can just shut the fuck up and run the Squirrel, and have our cake, eat it too, save a slot, get a dwarf. It is, like, I feel like I'm selling a free car. Like, I'm just saying, come pick up the free car.
Now, the most understated part of this card, reach.
Yeah,
yeah.
That is true.
My god.
It does just have reach for some reason,
That is so huge for Magda. Oh my god. Having a reach creature is, like, more impactful than you might think it is.
Why? And it does block Malcolm.
It blocks Malcolm, yeah. Malcolm's gonna eat your heart out.
Of this robot, this baby can fit so many goblins in it.
Yeah, right.
Ragavan,
yeah.
I don't know if I would. So Cubby said they're cutting their adaptive for it. Like I personally think that going up a dwarf, like so for example, for clarity, Shodokan and I have gone down Imperial Recruiter because, or at least for me. The reason why Imp Recruiter isn't as important is that, realistically, the things that stop me from winning is needing the extra 5 treasures, and I would rather just have another Robo-Dwarf that is good and has, like, upside or utility, than have to tutor for something and then pay upwards of 2 to 3 more mana to then present a game win. And maybe have that locked behind Oppo or something, right? I just think that you just need less pieces when you have more Robo Dwarves in your deck, and we're not running bad ones anymore. Like Adaptive is like the worst one that we run,
and it's still a Lord, which is very notable.
Right,
it stops Bowmaster just outright killing Magda with one ping.
And it makes this a 3/4.
Yeah. You see, in my list, I was debating on cutting this, or I was debating on cutting Elixir and an Adaptive for this, so I could slot in another piece of removal or interaction piece. So, like, it performs double duty for me. So, that's at least where I'm leaning on this.
Something completely unrelated. This is like a. This is like something. There's a reserve list card that does this, right?
The reserve list card that puts cards on the bottom. Hold
on. Soul Devi Digger.
Yes.
Yeah, and for the record, the Soul Devi effect, right, is a card archetype that happens roughly every once a year roughly. It's a common or uncommon card slot that happens roughly once a year. Same thing with a artifact changeling that is in a kindred set. So it just happens that they put the kindred common like role filler glue on the same card as the Graveyard Recursion, right, card. And it just happens to work for us in the most perfect way. Which it's not actually that surprising these kind of effects happen on the same card, because they were trying to facilitate two needs in limited with the same card type. Which is pretty cool.
And making an artifact encompasses every type of mana, so you can just play it in every deck.
Exactly.
So, again, it's just gravy for us.
Yeah.
Like, I knew something like a Changeling or two were going to come in the set, because usually they do in very tribal-oriented sets, which Bloomburrow seems to be.
Yeah. Oh, certainly is.
This is the first standard tribal-oriented set that we've had in quite a while, though.
Yeah,
I think
it was
we haven't had...
Lorwyn?
What's that?
Lorwyn was the tribal one, yeah.
Well, we haven't had kindred card types in since like Eldrazi. Right?
And then this is the first printing of Changeling in a standard set since Lorwyn, I'm pretty sure.
I'm actually not sure that I'm gonna do some quick googling.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's sort by release date. Realm Walker.
Realm
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
and Bloodline.
aside from those two.
Yeah. But to be fair,
cementing it into that format is pretty cool.
To be fair, Call Time was also much like this set, a two color kindred set. It just was a little bit lighter on the.
Its themes were on like snow and.
Well, no, it did it. Like you had demon. It just only certain, like 3 or 4 of the color combos, cared about explicit card types. Like giants cared.
Giants,
elves,
dragons,
giants,
demons.
elves. I don't know if the demons actually cared that much about demons.
Dragons.
No, they didn't.
They had like a mechanic. Dragons.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, please. We're way off topic.
The most important part about this card to me is it's a win con using a creature that doesn't require Maskwood Nexus. So it's kind of like our old dragon win cons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Except 3 mana, which is insanely more castable than the 5 and 6.
Without a color.
3 generic, yeah.
Again, this card's cracked. I don't think there's... It goes in every Magda deck ever from this point on.
And
it's going to be 20 cents.
It's a common.
Yeah.
Foil printing, 50 cents. Let's go, baby.
I'm gonna try to get some some signed artist proofs, or at least some signed foils from the artist. It's been difficult because their go-between is not the most communicative. But there's gonna be. I'm gonna find some way to bling out this fucking common. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
We should just have one of the artists that we know do full art alters.
That's true.
Very true.
All right, last card. Season the Bold. Trap.
Oh, God.
Trap.
Absolute trap.
Anything that says
Counterable trap.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's like what if Dockside but counterable, right? And you have to choose modes on cast, so you can't even lie and say I just want to dig for answers, right?
I could actually see this in a turbo deck.
Oh yeah, no.
Because turbo builds are very different than the more stacksy builds. So
I'd rather play Great Train Heist in a turbo deck than this card.
Agreed.
It's like,
well, why not both though? That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean,
it can be just in addition.
I agree.
Its floor is activate Magda, which is
it's
not
floor is
anything to
5
scoff
mana.
at. Yeah,
its floor is 5 mana. Get dicked on by Swan Song.
Correct.
Well, yeah, but like the same thing can be said about Great Train Heist, though. Like,
well, I'm not saying the card's good.
It's not. Yeah. It's not the same. I'm going to explain why those are very different cards. Great Train Heist is an instant. You get the untap and then can tap to vehicles at any point on top of your opponent's garbage to force a win. Great Train Heist is a worse a Bottle Cap Blast. it is not a better Seasons of the Bold.
That's true, but like again, I do think this card is an addition to Turbo decks.
Yes.
It's just again 5 mana to the floor
This is like a strictly better. I say strictly better in the context. Yes, exactly. It's like a better hell to pay because it gets you the 5 for 5 instead of 6. That's literally the upside. But you gotta be. I feel you gotta be really confident that your opponents are the greediest motherfuckers on the planet.
You also can't really play this without Magda being on the field because if you do, you just feed Dockside like out the ass.
Yep.
Yeah, and if they remove Magda in response, which is another option that they have, it's a beautiful thing. You get tapped treasures so they can just blow you the hell out, kill your Magda, and then say, thanks, I'm going to go D-tutor for Dockside and have +5 treasures now. Thanks.
Any consideration that if you have Null Rod out, you might want to cast this?
Oh, it's a... Ooh. Yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing about Null Rod is it still opens up the opportunity for your opponents to kill Magda in response, and now you can't recast her. And now you are waiting on lands while they are waiting on a bounce spell for your Null Rod.
I don't know. I mean, like if you have 7 mana and you convince everyone to let this resolve, and they kill Mount Null Rod right after.
We've devolved into politics. I love it.
Well, yeah. If you can convince your opponents to like take their brain out and stick it in the jar, and then just continue playing that way, yes, you can.
Yes. Absolutely.
I don't know. It feels like we're asking our opponents to play with their eyes closed.
I mean, it is a gotcha card. I mean, if everyone's exhausted after the counter war, they can't win. So
that's fair. Like this card feels like one of those cards that reads really attractive until you think about the fact that you're not playing solitaire.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a great fish bullet card or goldfishing. Yeah, goldfish card. It feels real good if you're just sitting there, drawing out Magda,
Yeah, that's why I think that's why Drew started with this as a trap.
Yes, because it's like okay, easy activation. I'll take another Dockside. I'll even pay 5 mana for it. It's cheaper than Imperial Recruiter, right? Like I get that. Actually, no, it's the same mana as Imperial Recruiter, literally, and it's more counterable. Just play Imperial Recruiter and go get Dockside.
We're saying that, and then we just cut.
Yeah, but we don't need that because we got another Robo.
Can we also look at the pre-sale price of this card?
What is it?
$10.
Fuck no. What I hate is that they swapped the art. I need everyone to see this for a second. Spreadful, because it's really frustrating. Season of
Mythic, but the art's nice.
No, the art's nice, but here's the problem: they have all these wonderful arts. Like I love these mosaic arts. They remind me of the cave painting arts of the Triumph Legends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like Mythics.
But the full art, that's a good art. Like it's good, but I like this better. I want it bigger. I want the full art of this. I want the full art of this, not that. That art is like kind of bad comparatively. That's awesome. Yeah. That's lit. I want to.
I have to say the blue season with the otters on it is fucking cool.
It's cute. Like, I do. Actually, we don't even have the other one for this one, and actually, this one's actually pretty good. I actually like this one.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. This one.
Okay, it's really just the white one that I. This one's okay. It's more of a story short, a story spotlight. But anyway.
Well, all of these are supposed to be, right?
Yeah, because I need to see this fucking red dude. I want to see what the fire wolf is.
Did they already spoil? Oh no, they spoiled the
cat.
Price of Progress on a cat bottle.
Not even playable in Solfim. Upset about that.
You definitely want the white one for Balin, though.
Oh yeah, buddies.
Well, I'm just glad they actually printed a decent answer to not only the One Ring, but punishes basic or non-basic lands in 60 card formats. Which I think there needs to be more of that.
They just need to reprint. They just need to print Price of Progress into standard.
No, not standard. Modern. Yes.
I can actually get behind a Price of Progress in standard. That'd be pretty cool.
But yeah, we like Prism, so it's
yeah.
All right, Mono Red Prism standard. Let's go. All right, so let's last card. I was going to talk about Chainsaw, but it's honestly so ancillary and not really useful that we skipped it. So last card, honestly, with Shake, you want to step up here and talk?
Yeah, this is definitely Shake's card.
I'm gonna invite you. You can ignore it if you want. A
Ooh. This card, Bad Fork.
bad fork.
Yeah. This is honestly, I think this is worse than Dual Strike. Like, it's got a higher ceiling, but the floor is just pretty bad. And like being like the fork weirdo on the server, you don't want to actually fork your own stuff most of the time.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, you'll have a window to like, bottle cap blast for a lot. But that's kind of risky. It's really easy to get 2 for 1 by a counterspell.
Or 3 for 1 if you're doing duplication.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's not great. This, like, in theory is nice. In practice, and I tried. I wanted to make this work, but like 4 mana is just too much for a setup effect. I'd rather cast Fury Storm and sit on that.
Yep.
The point of forks isn't necessarily to make our stuff better, because to be totally honest, mono red stuff isn't great.
Right.
But everyone else stuff is gas. Fury Storming an Eldritch Evolution, or Beseech the Mirror, or any tutor that's going to shit something out for free, like, just lets you win on top of everybody else.
Right. Yeah, it really does feel like your list is trying to move into that mono red Atraxa, like heavily parasitic, just win with everyone else's shit kind of list.
Fork tribal, baby. Let's go.
I don't mind it. Like, the tempo list is something that me and Show moved from like a heavier stacks list, like, and we love it. We love having Flare, and we like having dual caster mage, right? Like, we love having those options. But even as high as you were on it, it's just tested fairly poorly.
Yeah, it's just because it's not, like, okay, you set it up, and your best case scenario for the turn you set it up is that, like, you have 6 mana to double fork someone else's thing,
Right.
and that if I'm gonna spend the resources, if I'm gonna like expend resources on this, I'd rather have Fury Storm 100% of the time.
And that's like asking for a miracle. Yeah.
Do you want to hear a magical Christmas land for this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, opponent casts Tasa's Oracle and Demonic Consultation, and you flare up Duplication, the first mode, and then you copy it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is magical Christmas land, 100%.
So, yeah, let's hope there's more awesome cards in Duskmourn. If honestly, the last couple of main sets, like standard sets in general, have been at Modern Horizons as well. Like, I've been very enthused by the limited design, the standard design, the wedge and archetype design, the general power level of most things. Nadu's notwithstanding. Like, MH3 didn't feel like a copy of MH2 in the worst kind of way, right? And obviously Bloomburrow is coming out as a slam dunk. They're doing twists on, like, archetypal cards we already know about and that we know and love, and they're like modern staples, right? With, like, Bob and such.
Yeah. I'm surprised we're not talking about FOMO. I mean, it's like not the best card, but I think it's certainly worth discussion in some lists.
First of all, I think this archetype could end up being very, very attractive to us, like this card type.
Yeah.
Like, I think Duskmourn is going to be probably the best prison set that we've gotten ever, based on
I have to agree.
Nightmares. The fact that all of these legends seem to be, like, kind of Hades the fact that these things die and turn into enchantments. The one of the mythics being like a damage doubler. I'm just seeing a lot of like race to the bottom kind of design philosophy, and it kind of makes sense with like a horror set. So
going in on that,
yeah.
The Magic the Gathering R&D team tend to put out sets in impactful ways to whatever the current meta is. So in most situations, if we look at block format, we have 2 sets that are nothing but gas, and then 1 set to slow them both down.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this is coming out in a circumstance where the format is extremely quick. And this is tending to level out the scales. So that's why it seems as though it is a prison Eden, right? Like it's a great place for those pieces to sit for their current meta, and a great place for us as non 60 card format players to get pieces that do what we want them to do.
I'm expecting some stacks pieces, like some new innovative stacks pieces in the Vexing Bauble kind of way. So I'm
3-ball 2 electric boogaloo.
Oh, dude, give me another 3-ball.
Yeah.
Give me. Yeah. No, I'm here for it. So that's my speculation about what we're gonna see coming from Duskmourn, because Duskmourn seems to have some very interesting designs going on. Where Bloomburrow has surprised me because I thought it was going to be a little bit simpler. Like R&D seems to be doing a pretty good job, like kind of around the clock. In the last
notwithstanding.
Notwithstanding, but
Nadu was a mistake.
An AC is a casual like home run. If I have to give it credit, it's there. Like all those decks all those legends do something. So we'll see how Duskmourn rolls out. I'm very excited for it as a like a horror fan. So oh my god, what if we get a cool stacks piece that's just called the box? And I'm just looking forward to the Hellraiser reference.
Also, Curse Recording is the ring. Well, I was waiting for like a ring reference, and they just spoiled it. Yeah, they just spoiled the Ringu. I was like, okay.
Yep. It's very
now,
cool.
if we can actually get Sadako as a legendary creature, that'd be cool.
Yeah. I mean, she'd probably be mono black though.
Or red. She's very passionate for what it's worth.
Yeah, but it definitely seems like the Liliana's Torment kind of legend. Like you just do X things until either you lose or your opponents lose, kind of thing. But anyway, let's talk about let's do our quick run through of our Beseech the Greybeard segment. We're going to talk about playtesting. I am very excited about this because I haven't gotten enough playtesting in lately, and hopefully that I can, take my own medicine and do better. Our first topic was something that was introduced to me by Show and Rust, and it's a good way to test a piece that you explicitly want to sub out for a different card, or you're trying to make space for a piece and you want to know if it's justified. And you can do some very good preliminary testing this way. Sho, do you want to run through this?
This is talking about the goldfish stuff?
Yeah, the 7th card. Yeah. Like
So basically, when you're trying to test cards, especially for Magda, you want to know exactly what you're getting into when it's in your opening hand. Because if it's not good in your opening hand, then it's probably not good for the deck. So basically, specifically because of how the draw functionality works for goldfishing on Moxfield, you can draw your hand, put the last card on the right back into your deck, take out the card that you want to test, and then shuffle your library. And then see how that would work. Or just ignore the last card and assume that the last card is going to be the card that you're testing.
Mm-hmm.
This way, you can see how impactful it is on your opening hands, if it's something that you're going to be mulliganing away, and how it affects game state.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And this is to make your gold fishing more effective. Instead of just like mindlessly going through loops and seeing if you can see the card, you make sure you see the card and do some cost benefit analysis of what it like. Powerbalance is a good card that would have been probably could have been figured out this way versus in play, because of how
I just didn't do it until after Russ told me that it sucked, and I was
Right,
like,
right.
I still think this is good. Let me go test it the way that I would test it.
right.
And then I was like, oh yeah, I probably should have done this beforehand. This sucks.
Right, it just sucks to play a double red do nothing. Right. Um, so realistically, yeah, it's just I think the last thing to think about is like when you are going through the motions of this of checking the seventh card out, like compared to what you would have swapped it out for or what you did swap it out for, like does it play better? Does that card you swapped it out for play better? Is there another card you're thinking about that should be in its spot? Does it play better than the card that you're currently testing? And just basically the beauty of this is that you get to test effectively 3 or 4 cards at the same time by just having a blank card in your in your opening hand, and you say which card here feels the best, right? And that's a good way to confront your biases a little bit, because you were literally just walking through like a thought exercise at that point, and it's good for your brain, good for you to not assess the card in via magical Christmas land standards, because our brains tend to lean towards here's all how good would this be, right? Because that's how we get excited about when we open up Christmas presents. That is spoiler season. So I want to reinforce the utility of the Mulligan bot. I tend to agree with the show that the best place to do these actual gold fishing is in your is in the Moxfield playtester, because you get to trade a card out and back in. But if you go to the Mulligan bot here in the server, you can generate a pod, which is on top of even if you're not testing a single card. The most important thing to do when you're playtesting your deck is to know that you have a pod in mind when you're looking at a hand. Because if you're just blindly gold fishing, stuff will look better or worse than it actually would be depending on what that pod is. Assuming you have a decent amount of knowledge about what those pods do, what it disrupts them, when they're likely to go for their first win attempt, so on and so forth. So always generate that pod, even if you're not doing live mulligans in the Mulligan bot channel, and then run it over to your Moxfield tester. Do the 7th card testing with that pod in mind, and then switch the pod, and then just keep doing that until you have a clear understanding of when these cards would be good and whether your deck is running into problems, presenting weaknesses. Something else that show mentioned was the randomly generating when you get interacted with as you're doing your gold fishing. And basically 1/3 of the time something happens to you. You get something countered. You have something removed, and I think we said roll a 6-sided die, and 5 and 6 you get bopped by something.
I actually use one 6-sided die and a coin. I have personally, I will assign a value that I think a card gets interacted with.
Yeah.
Like your 1-drop dwarf outside of turn 1 where it can get mental misstep, nothing's going to happen to it, right? No one's going to counter it. So, a dockside might end up being a 6 out of 12. You have a 50% chance. So, if it hits 1 to 6, then it ends up getting countered, and then if I flip tails, it ends up getting not countered.
Right.
Stuff like that. Because you can only really understand what situations you're going to be interacted with consistently the more you play. And I also change the variables based on what I'm doing. So if I'm presenting a win, I think about, okay, at this step of my combo, is my opponent going to potentially have something? And if the case is yes, like what does it look like if this happens, and then play through both scenarios.
Yep. It's stuff like that that'll make you more comfortable with, like, you walk back from those kind of thought puzzles to, was this hand keepable, right? Was this hand the right play? Should I have gone down to 5, right? Because you can say, okay, I had a pretty safe game here, and I was in a commanding spot the entire time, or, oh no, I probably shouldn't have kept this. It wasn't quite enough mana, or it wasn't quite fast enough, or it wasn't quite didn't have enough lock pieces to hold the game down long enough for me to present a win. Stuff like that. You'll get a better feel for that the more you do it. Another thing was generating win line variables. Like, I want to win with this combo, and this stacks pieces out. Whether it's your stacks piece or an opponent's stacks piece, but arbitrarily, but like arbitrarily decide what win line you want to go for, you're going to go for in this gold fishing, and then deciding that you have a stacks piece you have to play through will make you better at playing through them when you have to do it live. And you can't goldfish optimal situations, because Magda is real easy to play when no one's trying to stop you, and there's never and you're just kind of solitaire. It's real easy. She does it on her own. It's called a wingin, as Lamora put it. And the last thing I would suggest is always, and until you feel like you've gotten to that 7 or 8 out of 10 like comfort level with Magda, where it's, you know, practically every line in your deck, and you can walk through it mentally without having to remember anything or think too hard. Always play out your win lines. Like, do it start to finish when you're playtesting. If you've gone through the trouble of mulliganing, selecting a pod, selecting a win line, selecting stack pieces to play through, the least you can do to help yourself there is to play through that line under those circumstances with that pod in mind, flipping those coins, rolling those dice to make sure that you can actually make it to the end. And like I said, it's like you're playing solitaire, but like in a way where the game's actually trying to defeat you, and you're making a solitaire on hard mode effectively. It'll make you more comfortable with the lines.
In general, just blanket goldfishing your lines is fine if you're always going to do a different line every time.
Yeah.
But you should also understand, like, the scenarios where you can be interacted with, and also plan accordingly. Or at least see what happens with how your board state will progress going forward.
Mm-hmm. All right. Last thing I want to talk about, and this is possibly, it's not the most important thing, but it's fairly important. It's about using a game tracker. Getting good is about recognizing where you've been bad, or worse, or not as good, however you want to put that. Recognizing what cards are working over time. Recognizing what seat you have the most problems with. Recognizing what decks you have the most problems with. And this is all catered to you as an individual, which makes it a lot more useful for you as an individual. So I'll walk you guys through this game tracker. Honestly, I've seen other game trackers. I've made other game trackers. Nothing has come close to how excellent this thing is. So I'll just open up his and walk you guys. That's this YouTube video. I'll walk through it. I'll go there. Yeah. Go back to YouTube. Yeah, I'm gonna post the link in the chat. Don't worry. And we don't have to watch his video. I'm gonna do a more in-depth and slightly better explanation of the whole thing. Is it the? Nope, that's the YouTube video. I don't know why I didn't copy. No, is that it? Alright, we're good. So this is an incredible resource. This front page can explain to you how to use it, but it's a little bit dry, so I'm going to walk you through the entire process. You might have done some updating since I've used it, which saved it, which is great. Good for everyone else. Actually, he did just update it. That's great. So basically, you add the decks in turn order. You put a time. You can do venues if you have like a store you play at, or different stores you play at, or a tournament series, a league, right? I just always put online because I play online. You mark down which cards work best for you in your environment, or in your deck. You talk about the number of mulligans, how many cards you went to, what the win con was for the game that happened, whether that's combat damage or Thoracle or what have you. You get to define these because you set these variables. You get to, as you play, as you enter these, they become options, and then you just click stuff on the drop down. It makes it really nice and easy. You say whether it's a tournament and what the win reasons were. I find this to be particularly useful because it explains it right here. Win first, you're the question. They had no answers. Win through, they had answers. It didn't matter. Win after, someone did something and that opened you up. And win because is usually something. Someone opened a door for you. Win after usually means you're the second player to go for the win and they just didn't have any answers. Win 4 is because player 3 removed Oppo and you were able to win through it, right? Or because of it. Well, no. Win if you were the if base. I wouldn't say that you win because X, Y, or Z. It's more that the game state was like the way your opponents interacted with the game state opened you up, right? You didn't present a win; they opened the door for you. If that makes sense. So your game data gets recorded here, and it'll have it all here, and you can edit it after the fact. If you transcribe something, you can set deck archetypes. This is something I found very useful. Because you get to put all decks in control, mid-range, combo, turbo, stacks, or rogue. So mine is fairly filled out. Let me see if I can find a little diminished. Yeah, we're gonna move over to mine because I have a lot of stuff. So game data. I have a lot here, but deck archetypes. You can see that I have got quite a few, and a lot of combo decks. Basically, they'll be listed over here, and then you'll just add them at the bottom. So Zinnia is like a, I'm going to say mine is a stacks deck, so I'm just going to do this. Yeah, probably stacks. Add it over here. It gets removed from that section. Then you can go look at your personal stats, and you can add multiple decks. You can it'll sort them by decks that you've played, and it'll sort them by the number of plays you've gotten. It'll further break that down into the decks that you've played more than 5 times. It'll do all of the decks by win rate and win percentage. You can have a Pokemon matchup chart, which is pretty amazing. That it'll tell you that in all the games that you've played, Magda has won against Timnacrom 33% of the time, which is a pretty great win rate. Magda, and that kind of lines up with what we expect to see in the greater meta, because Blue Farm is one of Magda's better matchups. Is this all making sense to everyone? I know it's a lot of stuff, but the beauty of it is that you get to look at it over time, and it becomes clear what you're doing and how you're doing.
Talon is 0?
Huh?
Talon is 0 for you?
I've probably played against Talion a very few times, and I probably lost. Okay. Let me see how many decks, how many times I've played against Talion. All decks by name, or no. Game personal stats. there's a way for me to look at this. I just this is like this
Oh,
thing.
I sorry. You only played one game.
Okay, you saw that? Yeah. So I probably just played against him once and lost. Haven't played very many games against Talon. So, any questions about how this works?
I don't have any questions about how it works, but the importance of having this is drastic. I do not use this to track all of my games. I record them. I've told a couple of people this like a few times, but every game that I play in Commander on Spell Table specifically, I record, and then I have a notepad that I write them down on.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not wanting to do like the spreadsheet and have a little bit more easier way to digest it than looking at a bunch of letters and numbers, because I know some people are like that, myself included, I would recommend recording your games if you're playing on Spell Table pretty often. Very easy to screen capture and record a game. You can do it through OBS. And I know a lot of our players do use OBS or Streamlabs to play Moxfield on Spell Table, so it's very easy just to record your games as well. And by recording them, you can see a lot more than just what these numbers show you, right?
Yeah.
You can see interactions at the table, the way things that happened, and the reason why they took place. Whether it be something that you did that was threatening, that caused a reaction from someone, whether the politics didn't work out in your favor and you can think about wording them differently, because first and foremost, Magda is a very political deck. Almost everyone that I run across knows what Magda does at its core, but they just don't know the pieces that are in the deck. So a lot of the times you wind up having to talk yourself into a win, and having that representation of what you did correct in your win situations and what you did wrong in your lose situations is also very good, and that's why I like recording my games.
I think recording games against, I'm gonna say this very specifically, serious opponents that are in there for the same reasons you are, and that, like, if you are in a quote unquote grinder pod, and everyone there is going to be open with the fact that they want to play the game to the best of their ability, get better, and talk about getting better afterwards, that's the kind of game where you can learn so much. They're going to be playing a lot tighter. Everyone's going to be playing a lot tighter, and you can get a lot of value out of less time. I don't know that I would recommend recording most of your games or all of your games.
Yeah, that's the preference side of mine. It's not that I'm saying to record all of them. I have to agree with you.
It's just one of those things that if you can tell that this is a serious pod with real meta decks, or decks that approach the meta, or decks that you think that you're going to have interesting thoughts about, and you're not just picking up with randoms that may or may not be serious, or even CDH players. You can run into a high power kind of very, very fringe thing on the RCDH Discord, and it's possible that game's not going to be a real one, right? Or not going to be you basically played a 3-man game with a high power deck in the pod. That kind of stuff happens on occasion. Not something that I would put too much time into assessing. I did have
it also happens in Swiss and tournaments, though, so
that's fair.
Be careful.
That's actually probably we need to talk about tournament preparation. That's the next dwarf day. We're going to do that. Okay, show putting it on the list. Tournament prep and surviving Swiss, because Jesus Christ,
Swiss is a monster.
Swiss is a monster. Be a comedian, and
especially 3-man pods in Swiss.
Yeah.
Fucking goddamn it.
Yeah, we'll talk about tournament structure and how you can get fucked and avoid the fucking, if possible. But the question Triple asked was, is it worth starting tracking right away or after you get to that 7 out of 10 comfort with Magda? I'm going to tell you. I started tracking about a month into me playing Magda seriously. I had my own tracker. I built it myself. It was a very in-depth one, not as in-depth as this, but it was good, and it helped me get comfortable with tracking my data. But I was still getting better at a pretty meteoric rate. Like, as you can tell, I hit up closer to like 35% win rate. You're gonna get better quick, right? Most people buy onto something and then get their hands on it and start playing a lot better than they're used to pretty quickly. And that's what this looks like. And that's a very what's the word? A very gratifying thing to see. And I would say that the best way to record your data is to do it from the moment you care about your data and just watch it over time, because it's still going to be relevant to you. It's still going to be relevant to you even though you're learning the rope period, right? And then I started playing with more serious people and started playing and started like refining my deck, and I've settled into being a slightly below average player, which is about accurate. Right. So
the sooner you start, the more data that you will be able to observe and learn from.
Right. And you won't you won't be wondering whether it was beginner's luck. You'll know. Right? You'll know, because that's definitely what it was for me. Also, this is something that's very important. Your visual data is reflective of all of your games, and if you can tell, I've played a lot of decks, like very many, because I can't help myself. So you need to make sure that if you only care to see your Magda stuff, if I played nothing but Magda for, where's the picture? A long time, right? And my numbers looked great for a period, and then I started experimenting with a bunch of decks in the format, and I started to lower out, and now my average is slightly worse than it would have been. That's important to know. So here's my win rate with Magda is 35%. So you get so much here. You get your win reasons, why you lost, and then you can go into your notes. Like, I can't tell you how important the notes are, but you gotta write them. Obviously, earlier I was a lot more verbose, right? But that's funny. Like, I'll be like, a lot of my stuff will be really brutal, and I'll be like, this person really screwed up and just pitched the game, or I screwed up and pitched the game. And you can, like...
Sometimes you need that, though.
Yeah, you do. You really do. You need to say, I was really stupid here. I had the opportunity to develop a stacks piece, and I chose to value out, and I lost the game.
It gets a personal accountability into the mix.
Right. Because the mentality of just, okay, shuffle up, play another one, right? Like, that mentality will not make you better. It just means you've played more games. Like, you have to marry up the willingness to keep grinding with the specificity in your process, that you care about what just happened enough to think about it and learn from it. Yeah, there you go. That's about it on the game tracker. I have a lot to say on it because I've used it heavily. Does anyone have any questions or thoughts? Other divergent ideas? Because I'm just presenting one way to do it.
I would say to do what feels comfortable as far as obtaining and getting your information data. This is a useful tool. If you find something that works better for you, do it.
Yep.
But the biggest thing to take from this conversation is having information to ponder on or to go back and think about is going to make you a better player, not just for Magda, but for any deck that you play.
Yep.
Knowing what scenarios you feel comfortable in playing in and what scenarios you don't may give you something to work towards. I need to put myself into this position when I'm goldfishing to see how to get out of it. Things like that. It may also give you some insight into the people that you're playing with. For example, I play with Mox pretty frequently. He was on the panel a little bit earlier. I have come to the realization that we have clashing thought processes for how the game works just from reviewing games that I've played with him. You take a person who understands how another person is thinking and you put them into the mix and you go, okay, we're always going to wind up killing each other in a game because we are on the same train track going in opposite directions. And it devolves from there. You can figure out things about people that you play with regularly. Oh, it seems that this person tends to lean towards this when it comes to interaction, or tends to lean on basing their actions on politics at this point in the game when these things happen. But that's, just a study of people that you play with regularly.
Right. You can really get into the meta, like into grokking your meta better by understanding not just the decks they play with, but the players you're playing against.
Absolutely. So I just think that this is a very important topic, whether or not you choose to use, the organization structure that Mr. Ju likes, or you tend to go about it in your own way. I think that it is just a very important thing to do, period. Like, get information, keep learning. The second that you stop learning is the second that you become stagnant, Yep.
So, before I move on to talking about scrimmaging and potential pods, which we have plenty of people to do that with, and I'm feeling okay on an energy level, do we have any open-ended questions about literally anything, not necessarily that we've talked about today, but just in general? You can feel free to type it in chat or raise your hand and speak on stage, where if that's faster or more comfortable. Just the raise hand button should be in the top right, and or actually no, it's at the bottom for
bottom center.
It's it's the bottom for people that are raising hands. It's up on the top right for people that are accepting hands. So yeah.
Okay. So Triple responded. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I would say just start practicing when you think the games are serious, or recording when you think the games are serious, or even approaching serious. Of course, bud. Dan, we're gonna have this up as soon as it's done encoding and put it up, and then I'll write a nice little. I need to write some copy for the discussion or for the description, but I don't go super hard into that. So it shouldn't be. It should be up today. Today is usually the same day. No problem. Hey, Cubbies, how you doing?
Hey. Fine, thanks, and you guys. I'm actually so tired. This has been amazing, but it's long. Not gonna lie.
How long?
It's a lot of information.
How late is it for you?
It is 9 o'clock right now in South Africa. So.
Oh God, yeah. All right, well, thanks for sticking in. So, what question do you got, bud?
My question is basically, how do you guys track games when you're in public? I've had problems trying to hide my notes and things like that while sort of at my LGS.
You don't have to. Why would you need to hide your notes?
Oftentimes I'm writing down my opening hands,
Gotcha.
Things like that as well, just so I know sort of what's going on.
So what I would suggest for you is if you have a notebook, that you're referencing as games are starting and it's not part of the quote unquote game, write down the notes that you find important to record for your game format or a different page, like smaller, like little notepad for in-game stuff like life total and stuff changing, and like in a notebook for your game log stuff. And that can be shorthand. You can just write out whatever for your opening hand, and then once the game's over, you can immediately go back to that notebook and say, hey, this is what felt like a good card. This felt like a good card. I lost because I won because it was a win first situation. It was a win because situation. And you can just write that all down in shorthand. Notes are a little bit harder because I usually sit there and if it's the last game of the night, I usually sit there for like 10 minutes and really bang out what I'm thinking about relative to the game if it was a thought-provoking one. But out in public, you'll probably get more out of discussing what happened and what went wrong or what went right during the game with your co-players as you're shuffling up for the next one. If I was going to suggest a way for you to like crystallize your thoughts and get you better notes for later, you can always write that part down later if you can keep a hold of the facts and figures.
I will say that
that sounds good.
That requires that your opponents have the same mentality that you do. And if you're going to an LGS and you're just playing with randoms, even if it's CEDH, not everyone is going to have the same sort of... They're not going to want to have the same sort of discussion.
Yeah. And I mean, there's also... You've got to...
Go ahead.
Sorry. It's like, I've noticed a lot of the time... in general, at an LGS, you have short amount of time to play. It's like you've got 1 day a week. You're going to bang out as many games as you can. But that also means that people who are looking to improve will oftentimes like overrun the conversation with ways that they can improve. Everybody wants to improve first rather than help improve everybody else. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So I take the opposite approach, is that I want to help my opponents improve, and I want to have the understanding of their deck to the point where I can help them improve over my own. Because if I can understand the decisions that they're going to make, I can better make decisions myself.
Little jujitsu there.
And that's the same thing, because I come from playing fighting games. So it's the same sort of concept as... if you want to improve at fighting games, you need to make sure that your opponents are capable of, making specific decisions and understanding why those decisions make sense. Because if you're trying to play mind games with your opponents, or if you're trying to politic specific ways with your opponents in CDH, like, that doesn't work if they don't have the understanding that is required to make it work to begin with.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed from playing... Like, every now and then I'll get a little bit annoyed with Magda. I'll be like, my win rate's dropping. I'm not as focused anymore, and I'll switch to another deck. And when I come back to Magda, I'm like, wow, okay. This is amazing. I remember now exactly why I love Magda. It's like, you kind of get that perspective again, and then I agree. Yeah.
Hey, burnout is the thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's just like... I get burnt out very quickly. But what I have noticed is playing other games as well. Like, there was a point where one of my friends from the LGS was playing chess, and I was like, okay, I'll join in, sort of learn how to play chess again. And from that, I've also learned that there's skills that you develop while playing a different game that can help, I think, especially with CDH, because again, you have to predict. You have to learn to develop the skills to predict what your opponents are going to do, things like that. So
I think
so. Another thing that I've done myself is there's a lot of important spells that need to be tracked that are used in so many decks that you should actually write them down and understand, basically have I have a checkbox basically when people use interaction. So if I know that, X deck is playing blue, I have all the blue free spells, so I know what's available for each player.
Okay, yeah. That's a lot of mental
Yeah.
space. I'm
a
not
lot
gonna
of
lie.
a lot of players do that themselves. Is my point though, is that they keep track of what free spells have been used, and
I
you can
have
only
to.
get to the point where you can do that by keeping track of it outside
Mm-hmm.
to get yourself in the mental state to be focusing on those things, because that's not something that a lot of players focus on.
Magda is a deck that heavily rewards you for thinking outside of the box, because one of the primary things that makes the deck good is being able to attack the format from a very unique angle.
Yeah.
And
welcome,
if you find
welcome
yourself,
back.
thank you. If you find yourself getting into a lull where you're not as not focusing as much, and like you were saying about with Magda, another helpful exercise that I like that I recommend, and it's switching the archetype of Magda that you are playing. It allows you to still get your reps in with Magda, but it forces you to change the perspective on how you look at mulligans and how you generally play out the game.
So what you're saying is that I need to have the Shake Forkening on tap just in case I get a little bored.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have like 236 Magda cards for your Magda list, then
What are you doing, right?
what are you doing?
Yeah, our considering board is girthy.
Yeah, at the very least, you have to have a completely foil copy of Magda, and then you have to have the non-foil version that you've slowly taken out over time, and then as part of your dwarven initiation rites, you must find a baby CEDH player, and then you must gift them the non-foil version, minus all the expensive cards.
That is an unironic pipeline that happens very often in this community.
Unironically, I did it Friday.
Right,
I did it
exactly.
Friday. Not even kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, hey, you want all my common dwarves? Here.
Right. So I was just gonna mirror your sentiment on like just getting your brain attached to learning again in like a game mechanic kind of sense. Cubbies just generally helps you think laterally whenever you're interacting with game mechanics in general. So I definitely see what you're talking about there. You have anything else to ask or thoughts you want to share?
Nah, all good. I just I'm all good.
All right. Thanks for stopping by, bud.
Can I take this opportunity to finish my thoughts earlier before the state of Wisconsin decided to cut me off at the knees?
Okay. Let's make it short because I want to get to games.
Yeah, of course. In my personal opinion, and it's not just specific to this Magda Discord, but just Magda in general, there are so many different ways to build Magda, and we attempt to be as welcoming and as accommodating as we can.
Mm-hmm.
In like deck criticisms and deck I wouldn't say criticisms, but like helping people with deck lists and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
That like whenever and you've seen this time and time again of like someone will join the Discord server and say something to the effect of, hey, what's the best Magda list?
Yeah.
And the answer that I hear often is, well, there really isn't one. You could go here, and you end up giving somewhere between 3 and 6 different options about how everything goes and what the deck is.
Yeah.
I feel like the community as a whole would benefit from like us as a community making a kind of de facto list of just like here's basic training wheels Magda.
I
like build this and then customize it from there. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving people a starting point.
I think that after Bloomburrow, with the inclusion of this fucking god piece, that it's going to be a lot easier for me to make a list that I can just be like, hey, start
All
here.
hail the squirrel.
Yeah, it's gotten easier, right? But I don't necessarily think that's I really want to impress the idea that it's not a good thing explicitly that the deck gets pieces that are strictly better in a way that pigeonholes us in a build path, and
sure,
and that's because I think that the deck's strength is very much on the build diversity. So I still very much think the community wins more when the community is actively invested in experimentation, and I think you have to the community, like, for that spirit of experimentation and diversity to flourish. The people that are coming in from the ground floor, that are just coming in and asking, hey, where's the best deck, they need to still be told there isn't a best deck, and this deck is based on exploration, and that's not why we win. And I just think that it's not necessarily that we can't give them a template, right? I just think we still need to say this template is a starting point.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but we need to, like, as air quotes, like we're all up on stage, we're all up on talking. We can all elucidate on Magda for hours upon end. We have a very good understanding of the deck. I feel like we need to get together and be like, okay, you've never played a game of Magda in your life. This is what you need to build, and you can adjust accordingly, because you can say, hey, here's the list. Play it, 5 or 10 games, and if you don't like the way it plays, and you want to go towards a more mid-range stacks version, then you go over here to these cards and let them customize themselves. But a large portion of the Magic community is neurodivergent, and ADHD paralysis is very, very common.
That is true. It is true.
They like a lot. In order to grow the community, we need to not be able to. We need to be able to say, okay, here's where you start.
That's fair.
Understand the decks. Exactly, and I don't think it needs to be like the hard stacks list or whatever. We need to come up with a list that we know is, it has the training wheels, it has the elixir of immortality, or I guess you don't even really need it. We don't even need that anymore.
But... Oh god, see, that's the benefit. Like, we don't have to choose between training wheels anymore. It's so good. We get to run.
I'll make the deck after this is over.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, but
right, and that way we can pin it, and just be like, okay, like here, like whenever we were doing deck list discussions last night, there was a person there who was running like the dragons and all of that stuff.
Here's your cookie cutter starting point.
Right, and we were like, okay, and we basically, and that's what kind of opened my eyes and made me realize that we do need a template. Because it makes it to where, like, we don't have to give people the whole feel bad thing that I inadvertently do from time to time, where I'm just like, no, these 6 cards are bad. Don't run these.
We get
right.
Like, the further we get away from the dragon midrange thing as like a viable strategy, the easier it is for me personally to say that you're not getting value out of what you're doing here. But I don't disagree. I very much want to avoid like explicit truthisms in terms of the value of different archetypes, because I want enough people to be playing those archetypes to where everyone gets the general advantage of having those archetypes out in the wild. So I don't want to say you mid-range players need to go to another Discord server because dragons need not apply here. That's
right, of course.
And it's just to what greater or lesser degree we curtail our own certitude for the benefit of that, like, just general advantage, right? There's a balancing act there, I think.
Yeah, and the flip side of that coin, and this isn't aimed at anyone in particular, but like when people send deck lists to the channel, right? There's a certain social contract there of them saying, at least in some capacity, this list isn't working, right? I want the advice, and being able to say, hey, like, if you want the deck to perform better, these are cards that make you perform better.
Yeah.
And saying it with authority is not down talking anyone. Right, they have come to this space because it is a safe space. They know we are not going to talk down to them, and that we are saying that they have made bad choices, air quotes, bad choices, suboptimal choices, and that they can fix that, and it's coming from a place of, for lack of a better word, love and like helpful communication.
Sure, I don't disagree with that. I think it's mostly a priorities thing.
Yes.
Um,
Like the qualifying questions that I tend to ask during those discussions. Like,
right.
what are you looking to do with it? How's your play group? You play
Yeah.
online? You're
Right.
gonna be proxying cards? Like,
Yeah.
and I feel like I feel like we might benefit from adding that little questionnaire in whenever people submit deck lists. That way we can skip that step in general. But
Yep. I mean, I think
So,
there's probably
like
if we can make that systematic and make it such that players know what they're getting into, and it still exudes that like vibe of exploration. I'm fine with whatever like language we lean on to make people make decisions faster about their deck and understand that there are some strictly worse or strictly better or just generally accepted truthisms.
yeah, of course.
All right.
One last point. Can we get a community poll
On
to see who would be interested in Discord specific playmats for like giveaways? Like I just want to gauge interest so that way I can potentially get some quantities and maybe see.
do we
I
have
feel like it'd be really cool to have like Discord like Magda.gg specific playmats like with like custom art and such. But I don't know how to judge community interest in that.
we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's probably something we can work on. We just gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
So-
Mystery in the room,
yeah.
public space, my bad.
Sure. No, you're totally fine. Totally fine. I know people.
I'm handsome.
No. No. Everyone's gonna be super interested. It's just how it's more of a how thing. We'll talk about that later. Triple had a question about something. Oh yeah, the ABC lines thing of like what lines are the most important.
Yeah, that's the good one.
Yeah. So what's like the primary line? Well, clock.
Yeah.
Clock Robo Dwarf is good.
Clock, yeah, and then Twin Shot Sniper for the win.
Right.
It's the least interactable. Typically, it's the go-to line.
Yep.
And now that we don't even need Elixir, there's no sacrifice cost.
Yep.
So you can just activate again for 2 mana from the scroll, and it's even less interactable with.
Yeah, it's pretty. TSS. Neither. It's not even. It's neither of those anymore. Triple. It's literally you use the Barkform Harvester to shuffle it in.
You just put it on the bottom of your library, which is not there.
How do you get the twin shot from if you channel it and you tutor it comes into the battlefield, right?
Yeah,
Are you
you're
talking
right.
Yeah, but with infinite treasures, generally speaking, discarding Twin Shot is part of the channel cost, so it's in your graveyard before the ability goes on to the
You
stack.
just use the you just use what's his face. You use the Vexing Bauble.
Oh, Vexing Bauble.
Yeah, Vexing Bauble is the safest way to do it now because for a certain period of that, you just Vexing Bauble. You don't have to use the Tor loops anymore. Like that's a backup if you need to keep Vexing Bauble on for whatever
You just draw
reason.
your deck with Vexing Bauble.
Yep. Vexing Bauble into Bark form, shuffling that and Twin Shot back in, and it's easy.
Yeah,
peasy.
Bark form just literally puts it on the bottom of your library, and since the only card in your library is going to be Twin Shot Sniper, it just puts it back in your library. Just the only card.
Yep.
Bloomburrow comes out next month.
August 8th, I think.
Pre-release is in 2 weeks.
Yeah, boy.
Alright, so how many foils of that card do I need to pick up?
Big hype. All of them.
Yeah, all of them. It really is. I'm just gonna buy like 20 because they're gonna be $1 or less.
So what I'm hearing is I need to buy Japanese collector booster boxes of Bloomburrow.
Oh my god!
Yes.
For the Japanese
For foil. Yeah.
So
for super sexy Japanese foils.
If you can't use your but back to the question, if you can't use your Vexing Bauble, the easiest way to do it is just to one ring untap loop to and then use Sculpting Steel to get down to 0 cards. If you can't use Sculpting
I'm going to make a primer specifically for the list that I'm going to make. for like
yeah,
the
so-
learning Magda.
Oh, shit.
You can call you can call it so you want to learn Magda? Question mark. It'd be so good.
Can we name your Mega Primer the Magdanomicon?
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Can someone give me the exact text of Legion Extruder?
When it enters the
Off the top.
battlefield, you do 3 damage.
Two.
2? Is it 2? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Well, but now that I've said it wrong, obviously don't know it well enough. So I'm gonna go Scryfall.
Can I get a hardcover copy of the Mega Primer in words, please?
That would be fucking hilarious.
Well, the problem is that it gets updated so fucking frequently by the time you bound it.
Yeah, eventually it will be hardcover and have 132 pages that are blank at the end.
We're just gonna have we're just gonna buy like custom like CNC engraved Magda Kindles.
That's really
yeah. There we go.
Ship them out.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
That way we could just we just post it as a book online that's constantly being edited.
That's good. So in terms of B and C lines, like I'm talking about like options for pieces for the A line, right? Because we're talking about just using the Barkform and the Twin Shot to just loop through after you have infinite treasures. Another option post infinite is to do the Twin Shot loops. You can also do Godpharaoh statue loops at your end step. It's really, it like there's so little, very few things get in the way of that, honestly.
I feel like we should add like plan K and run a single Final Fortune in a Magda list.
No.
That way, absolute worst case scenario, you make infinite 2/2s with Maskwood Nexus and then take an extra turn.
It cast Final Fortune.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys Final Fortune. You just
Yeah. So I would say after I think your plan like C after the after Twin Shot Molten beats is the Maskwood beats. If you can't do that because of Null Rod, for example, although you would have already blown up your Null Rod, you can go for Magda Hordemaster Dragon beats. It's if you can't kill your opponent because they have One Ring protection, you just go for the return the favor, copying the trigger of the God Pharaoh with the tutoring out the Dualcaster Mage on top. So Extruder avoids the draw. Yeah.
We're just going like there's so like
well,
in the past 9 months how radically I'm the deck has changed so much with every single set. It's insane. Like Magda, they just keep incidentally printing cards that are just good for Magda. Like I can't think of a set in the past year where we haven't gotten at least one thing from it.
Real quick, friends, I just want to make sure there's not any more questions from the audience before we either riff or go into games.
Show quick question responding to Triple about lines. Do we have like a specific list of line priorities that we have or we can put together just to have access to?
Line priorities depend on your list, so no.
Yeah, it's hard, but I would just say generally, draw your deck, do the Twin Shot loops. If you can't draw your deck to do Twin Shot loops for whatever reason, then bolt somebody. If you can't do that, then beat them to death with one of the 2 other options you have. If you can't do that, do the Dualcaster God Pharaoh's loops.
And if you're on station, do that.
Yeah, if you're on grind station, just
so initially speaking, once we have infinite treasures, like your list better than we do, kind of just figure it out.
Yeah. So who's excited for the Tesseract in the Marvel? It's going to be a cool artifact that does cool things.
So I'm going to put this out there now.
What the fuck?
Is that the cards that are being introduced in Bloomburrow that will force your opponent to draw can potentially fuck us.
Yeah, I mean, there's only two
Not depending on
so
the
far.
depending on this. Yeah, it depends.
So you
Russ.
need to have
He's
backup
talking about the
things.
gift cards.
Yes, you
Well,
need
Well,
to
no,
have
because the squirrel helps with that, right? You just activate squirrel in
the
response.
the new squirrel does help with that. Yeah, you can activate the squirrel in response, but you still need something in your graveyard when it resolves, if it resolves.
So we need to start running defense grid.
No,
We have-
I mean,
we have TPS.
channeling is a discard, right? So it's going to be in the graveyard anyway.
Russ, you own the server. You can just
Right,
jump
right.
up whenever
But
you
if,
want.
but if we don't have if we don't have squirrel, like, I mean, yeah, that's definitely something to be on the radar for. What is this?
This is something that Koibito made off
Oh.
of something that we put together.
Yeah, we haven't
This
really.
doesn't list the order in which you should be going for things. It just lists the combos.
Yeah, and now it's super out of
Interesting.
date because of 2 cards.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we can put something like we can continue to iterate on this, but the problem is every time we make one of these, it becomes made redundant in like 3 weeks. It's not a. I also not 100% comfortable operating off of this document because bluntly, it was a shared project with someone we don't talk to anymore, and I don't like iterating. I don't like fair use being what it is. I still don't like iterating on stuff that is kind of shared property with people I no longer have a working relationship with. That's me.
We don't need to open up that can of worms. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah. I mean, like, the general consensus is that, like, Show puts an insane, like you and Show both put like an insane amount of time into the primer and how often it gets updated. The last thing we need to do is double that load.
With a visual.
I mean, I spent 4 hours updating it the other night.
Yeah.
With the squirrel.
Yep.
Yeah, and the set's not even released yet. We might get more stuff.
And
It's
I have renamed
sub-theme, for Christ's sake.
I have renamed the Mega Primer.
Is it a thing?
It may be a thing.
Okay, excuse me. Let me go rename the thread now. Where's that?
I want to get a playmat made of like Magda and
Honestly,
the omnipotent pose with her hands out and like just like glowing like magic stuff.
Dude, we absolutely
and, like, hovering.
We absolutely need to get Gold Sabertooth to design the Magnanomicon. That'll be sick. Okay, I have ideas.
That'd be so good.
I have ideas. Okay, we'll sit on that for a minute. So question and answer. Magnanomicon Mega Primer is what we're gonna call this. There it is.
We should have like a theme for like next month's Dwarf Day games where you play Magda, but like you can't win with clock. You just can't have clock moments in the deck.
Oh, okay.
And see what people come up with.
Mox wasn't here for clockless winter.
Oh no, he wasn't.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So about a year and a half ago, about 2 years at this point. No, about a year and a half. It was so bad. There's a couple of pilots that were like, let me try and see if I can win with because Magda got like her knees. She got Winoda'd real hard. People were taking bats to knees and stuff, just saying, you don't dwarf right now, friend. And people were like, but what if I take out Clock? Will you kill me then? And the answer was yes. They'd still kill you. They wouldn't either wouldn't believe you or you just wouldn't be able to win. The deck was so much worse, and the deck was so much worse than it is right now. And we were like, if we make it slightly worse, we can slip under the radar again. and by slightly worse, we removed the only combo that really matters.
Immediately just get kneecapped anyway for existing.
Right, yeah. It was like you were still receiving the hate for being a Magda pilot after Marchesa, right, and getting that like ridiculous win rate that they had for a period. And then they were like, but what if I tried to turn it down from 11? Right? and it didn't work. And no one won a game. Like it was like Clockless was just basically DOA, but people pushed it for like about 3 weeks, a month, and then everyone stopped talking about it because they were like, we miss our clock. It was funny. It was funny. I actually, if you noticed, I have a spot here in my deck archetypes. Deck. Where's my game data?
Just a side note here while you're looking for this. Triple. That sounds really cool, but I'm not an admin here, because I cannot be trusted with power. So, yes, I feel like that would be really great for everyone on the everyone up here, but me.
Y'all should get a specific Dwarven hammer. No, we have red names.
I am also not an admin.
We have the red names.
Can we get the arena yellow glowing names? Can we get some of those effects? That'd be pretty cool.
we have whatchamacallit emojis, but I honestly when we made this server, remade this server, the goal for everything we did was to try to empower more people to do things and interact and all that good stuff. So I don't like putting the admins on a pedestal. We do the most work, but we're not the most important. So
no, the community is what's important.
What did Aaron want to call me? The lore keeper or something like that?
Honestly,
the
what?
The Dwarven Lore Master.
The Dwarven Lore Master.
I mean,
low key, I want to reach out to Touristic Studies and see if I can get you two to collab, because that would be one hell of a video on the history of Magda.
Oh my god! I mean, there are probably CDH decks that are more deserving, but probably not that many.
Yeah, but no one else is gonna reach out. I'm autistic enough to do it. I don't care. He's just a guy. He was 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's fair. So,
Touristic Studies, if you're watching this, slide into my DMs.
So, friendos, I think unless is there any other questions we want to address before we press on to either games or calling it for the night?
I'm going to be down for games.
Me too. I think we have enough people.
Yeah.
All right. Motion to end the meeting. Someone gonna give me a second? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, as long as if someone throws a
motion,
yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna
we got some typies.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Yeah, we're fine.
All right, cool.
Stopping the recording.
We had